Hello, damn it! Hello, everyone! Welcome back to Songwoven, the Blackguards gallery.
Where Timmy can't count.
It's a struggle. Help me. Of course, I am your humble narrator who can't count, which is really unfortunate in a TTRPG where there's a lot of numbers. Tim Don Tran. And of course, what is it? So I can't get the fucking giggles out. What is a narrator without his motley crew? Say, nope, not gonna give me this time. Say, motley crew, say hello, ahoy!
Hello!
Ahoy!
Say, Motley Crew, ahoy! Hello!
Ahoy, hello.
Don't kill us, please.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? I'm not scared.
Well, someone's already dead, okay?
Yeah, we know why you're not afraid.
It's Jane, right?
Welcome back to our stream. Of course, all powered by Level Up Advanced 5th Edition. Yay!
Yay!
Level Up Advanced 5th Edition is the sponsor for our stream, and they have been powering our adventure. Check them out in the links below. There's a good chance that Jenny or I are going to type !sponsor in the chat, so take a look at that. With that said, I don't believe we have any announcements at the top of the stream, so I believe we could just go right on ahead. There is an announcement though. Chiefs, yay!
So there actually is that we are taking a break from our Sunday game. Since this comes out late anyways, will have already been active for a couple weeks. But we are continuing the Lanaya expedition after Blackguards gallery is over. So in a few weeks.
This adventure has to conclude, sadly. But there will be more adventures in the future. With more people, different assemblages of different motley crews. We're in this for the long haul, baby. But anyways, with all that
day
said,
is not today.
Who knows? Let's dive into yet another session of Advanced Level Up D&D. In the last session, we came hot off the heels of the initial encounter with Zachariah and the Vice Admiral of the Leviathan Legion, Brando Caligaris. Zachariah had mixed feelings of vengeance and of anger towards this seemingly the stranger that he's never met before, and after acting on it by plunging a sword through the chest of Brando, Brando revealed for there to be a warding bond, which seemingly transfers pain between certain individuals. After hearing the scream of his partner Daryl from above, Zachariah rushes to his aid, getting prepared to rescue Daryl in a sort. But there seemed to have been magical contingencies in place for Daryl to not be stolen away from the grips of the Leviathan Legion. After which, Deacon Kalinda, which is Daphne's brother, who is a loser, made his way out towards the front to go and confront the crew of people who were coming to try and rescue Zachariah from his predicament. In the same time frame, Humphrey and Clarence, who have been shopping, encountered a strange older man with a strapped with a gun who sort of tersely spoke with them for a brief moment. And One-Eyed Jane, who was gambling in a warehouse in these non-rigged games, was ambushed by multiple gunmen looking to capture her, and seemingly knew a bit about her past. The encounters came to a head after Daphne banished Deacon to another realm. Humphrey and Clarence escaped with One-Eyed Jane and Brooke from the gunmen, and the group split, with Daphne and Captain Aura rushing back into Aelores to go and find Zachariah and possibly confront Deacon. It was during this rescue attempt Zachariah was transported alongside Brando to the outskirts of town, where he was surrounded by multiple unmarked wagons and people in leather-strapped armor, all heavily armed. And it was there that a maxim was uttered, and it was there that where the stakes were finally come to be fully realized. After a tense confrontation, Zachariah was let go with the life of his partner now hanging in the balance. After that, he regrouped with Captain Aura and Daphne, who had both observed that, he has a huge hole in his chest, where typically people should die if they have one of those. And we ended the session last when One-Eyed Jane acquired a new a non-consensual friendship with Micah, one of the gunmen who tried to capture her. And after a brief fun time torture session, she extracted information from him concerning what his intentions were. And a name came out of his mouth before the very life was slapped out of his head. Raylan Preston. And we ended the session last with One-Eyed Jane pacing the room, figuring out who exactly she is. And with that, Hillian, you have been manning the Pardon for a bit now, sailing away at but begrudgingly at the order of your captain. You have Kenway, your very reliable eagle, sea eagle, a seagull. I'm just gonna call him Eagle from now on. Your very reliable eagle, watching over him, and your only form of communication between you and a separate party at the moment. You have been focused on manning the ship. You're very objective-minded. You are. As One-Eyed Jane is talking, brought a unconscious stranger onto the ship. But Clarence and Humphrey and One-Eyed Jane are all dealing with that. Brooke has been in the front with you, just keeping an eye out, and just kind of just standing there alongside you, just leaning against the rail of the ship. It's at this moment when you hear the flapping of wings coming near to you. As you look up towards Kenway. Kenway perches onto your shoulder and telepathically communicates to you that Captain Aura is ready to be picked up. That's when you begin to turn. You begin to turn the ship towards Aelores, following the commands of Kenway.
Yeah. I immediately I have a moment after Kenway rests on my shoulder and tells me that. I lean my head toward Kenway, and we just make contact before I steer the ship and start returning. Any crew member who may be in the vicinity of where I am, Hiljon would inform them of, we're picking up the captain now, just so they know that, to be prepared for whatever may come. We do not know what we're going to find at the port once we return, so be prepared for anything.
Following the utterances of Kenway, you were actually being led to a bit off port, away from the port and seemingly towards a shore. Captain Aura, Daphne, and Zachariah. It gets to a point when Kenway comes flying back to you. This guy needs treats afterwards. He's been flying a lot. And he
gets snacks and squishies.
he leads you he leads you to off the beaten path, away from the town where all the chaos is. And you are now standing on a sandy shore bereft with rocks and multiple, next to a really sharp cliffside. It's at this point that you see the Pardon begin to crest over the horizon and comes towards you. I will say that Humphrey and Hiljon are both present on the boat at the moment. Is One-Eyed Jane still within the inner parts of the boat? Okay. So, so everyone sees the Pardon beginning to come in for you three, other three to board. The six of you can regroup on the same boat once more.
Question, DM. Narrator. Would we have had time to grab extra supplies while we waited for the ship to come pick us up, or would we have just waited? I guess this is a question for Daphne and Zachariah too, or would we just waited by shore for the ship to come get us?
I think the chaos is very localized. I don't think they necessarily are looking for us specifically. I would have been fine to get more supplies in the time personally.
Yeah. Zach also would be interested in possibly robbing that observatory that Brando paid for.
Yeah, but if we are
For
going
a nice
around
souvenir.
Daphne is like, you need to button your shirt up.
Because I was saying, like, we might have gotten bandages to cover the gaping hole in Zach's chest, perhaps, not to freak people out. And I've also would have liked to
All right, it's just...
seeping. I would have also loved to have picked up a volleyball.
Yes, you can pick all of those up. So bandages and a volleyball.
Yep.
Yeah. We have a special house rule. That's just role play money, so you don't take anything away from your thing. So yeah, I would say you definitely gathered those supplies.
Just for clarification, last session you mentioned that Clarence and I already had gathered hundreds of gold worth of supplies as well for food only.
Yeah, which can feed your crew of like 80 people easy.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, you've gathered you were almost at the bottom of your list. You were fine.
Oh, just a rum missing. Sorry, guys.
No, that was the first
That's what
thing
we
you
grabbed.
That was the first thing. Yeah.
That was the first.
That and the coffee.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to tell us that.
Yeah, you guys don't know.
We don't know that.
So, Zachariah, you do pass the Kalagaris Observatory, but as the thoughts of like, man, I want to rob this shit out of the place. The old man fucking sucks. Possibly the possibly the catching eye of Daphne, who side glares you, gestures that, yeah, we need to get a move on.
There might be some, like, stuff that could help with navigation. It's telescopes and all that stuff, right?
If you go quickly.
Sounds good.
Otherwise, we're leaving you.
Okay, I woke up and I just kicked the door down.
You kicked the door down?
Yeah.
You just kicked the door?
Yeah.
I told him to go quick.
Rip.
You could just, I'll say that it's a fairly nice observatory. It just got recently built, but something about you adding your little tinge of chaos to it when you kick the door down and a part of the wood from the door flies off. You see that an elven woman, who first of all, this place it's very nice. There's a very large sort of like a glass dome that sort of like magnifies out into the sky, which is looking out towards the stars and such. This place is chock full with like new books and very nicely built. You kick down the door, and immediately this this almost blue-skinned elven woman just immediately tenses up and looks towards you with wide eyes.
I follow through and go, "Whoa, sorry, I tripped. Whoopsies."
You tripped.
Yeah.
You tripped.
Yeah, sorry. Oof. Whew.
Make a deception check for me, please.
It's hard to trip when you're this strong.
Yeah. 14.
Take
14.
off your shirt. Just take off your shirt.
Yeah.
6. Fucking damn it. She goes.
Sorry. There was a fire. I don't know if it's a little. Woo. Lot going on right now.
Are you, it is very obvious. She's very nice. She goes, "Are you okay?"
Yeah. I'm fine. Thanks.
Do you need medical help?
Kind of look back to the two out there. No, I'm fine. I'm just need a place to sit for a second, if you don't mind. This place looks really nice.
Yes. Yes. Feel free to shelter from the fire that's across town. You can stay here if you wish.
Yeah. Thank you.
Aura signs to Daphne. Why is he taking so fucking long?
You see, you guys do see
Probably
him
flirting with someone.
Yeah, you guys do see Zachariah like kick down the door, and it's like, oh, and everything happening.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
There's a bench over there.
Sure.
I suppose with the chaos, you wouldn't. This is a place of learning, but I suppose
I'm all about learning. What? Enlighten me. Tell me things.
Well, if you can give
Tour?
me, if you
Sure, sounds good.
No. Just give me a one moment. I need to
Okay.
look at the door. And she just kind of like she just kind of like walks towards like the door, and she starts like picking up like the wooden like stuff that like flew everywhere.
I'm gonna quickly scan in the room. What do I think I could pick? I could pocket.
Well, immediately there's like like all the books and stuff, but there's the stuff on her like seemingly like her desk. Star charts.
I want to rob specifically from her.
Yeah, she's you get the feeling that she's really innocent. She's just here to be really cool and look at stars.
I don't want to take her stuff. I want to take the observatory stuff. So
that's all this. There's a lot of boring stuff. Then there's like books. There's like star charts and stuff, but like stuff that you know from navigating. I'll have to say, like, she said this was a public place of learning, so, and you know, stuff like places like that, they don't have shit to take. Really.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
she just goes, what's your name, sir?
Humphrey.
Humphrey.
Yeah.
That's a very whimsical name. All right. Humphrey, my name is Aladris Alamora.
Ladris, it is nice to meet you, and I'll like take her hand and turn on the charm a little bit.
Oh,
Elamora, you said?
yes. She she just brings
All
her
the old people.
her hand kind of like shoots back, and she's holding her hand now. Okay. Well, a tour of the place then.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
No.
Don't worry about all of this. Well, it'll be fixed. I thought the doors were very heavy. But
I
what
don't
do
know.
I know?
I just sort of it gave. Oof. That was
You tripped into it, right?
yeah.
There wasn't a deliberate effort to break down the door, because I feel
No,
like that's more.
I think I'm heavier than I look. I think is probably what it is. That's what my mom always used to tell me.
Okay. In Zach's head, he's gonna hear Zachariah, I'm gonna give you to the count of 5. 5.
Wait, she skipped 1 through 4. What do people
3.
All right. Well, over here we.
Yeah, right over here. I'm just gonna
2.
as soon as she turns her back, I'm gonna just quickly grab something and run out the door.
You grab something. You can grab. There's like a small like globe of like the world of Sandalore, like that's on.
Oh yeah, Daryl like that. Yeah, I'll just whoop whoop and then out the door quietly.
Well, over here we have plaques dedicated to. She turns around and you're gone. The outline of you is there, but you're just gone. And everyone sees Daphne. Zachariah's claim is like, yeah, I'm gonna rob this place. He's running out with like a little globe. Back towards you.
Was it worth it?
The woman inside. Let's go.
You run. This is when Kenway finally finds you guys, and he gives you he gives you a look that basically says like,
I know, Kenway. I know. Blame Zachariah.
Zachariah.
Or assigns sorry. No.
He says fly. Kenway never accepts an apology. And now we fast forward to the shore when the pardon arrives. A properly bandaged Zachariah, now present. So as soon as the pardon comes to, you see Clarence and Humphrey offer their hands out and help you onto the boat. Guys, had a lot of fun while we were gone.
Or tosses up the volleyball, hits it at Clarence, and then she'll sign, we're going to need your best net, Clarence, when we get back on ship.
And you hear like, this is a young man's game. Good thing guy hat. Boom! He hits it up.
That's what took you guys so long.
Yes. I thought we should have a new game to play when we get back on board.
All right. Sure.
You're going to see Hilden watching from the helm with a very not amused expression. As he, once everybody is on board, just turns the ship and starts their way back.
Yeah. I'll help him. I kind of like get the anchor back up and...
Yeah. There's a very small moment when everyone's onto the ship. Clarence just pats you on the shoulder, like very small pat. Zachariah. He goes, "It's good to have you back, Zach." And walks past you, turning to everyone else. I will say that Humphrey, you're helping put up the ship and getting ready to sail back towards the Inustakar. Who is the first one who's going to go towards like the inner parts of the ship?
Actually, I'm casting Detect Magic. And she is going to make rounds like around the ship, recasting the spell as needed because she wants to make sure they're not being scryed on in general.
Beyond the magic that you already tend to know is, in your group, you don't sense anything else. No scrying, nothing.
But yeah, she goes all around the ship.
Mm-hmm. And you can cast that at will, right? That's a free.
Yep.
Okay, got it. So I do have to ask Daphne, Captain Aura, and Zachariah, who among you would just immediately like step into like there's the middle part of the ship that has like the small like scope. This used to be a ship belonging to a part of the Navy who navigated using the stars, so they have their own like little observatory there. But that's also like where all the chairs are and stuff. Who's the first one of you three that goes into that part?
Is it where everyone else is gathered? Like, where is this above deck?
This is like it's in a part. Everyone else is seemingly gathered outside. Hiljan, Humphrey, and Clarence are all like by the helm. Like I said, it's a much smaller ship than Inustakar. The only reason why I'm asking is because who among you is going to be the first one to walk into that part and see that One-Eyed Jane tortured a guy?
Yeah.
I was saying
Probably
because she's
Daphne.
doing like the search, like she's
Daphne
moving
Yeah.
all
probably goes.
around. She probably goes.
Daphne
there.
would have. Daphne would be the one to find it. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Daphne, in the middle of your investigation, you're thinking like, okay, I gotta find like, are we being spied on and such. You open the door to the inner part to see One-Eyed Jane pacing around the room. The door is like, One-Eyed Jane, out of your stupor, you see the door open up and you see Daphne about to walk in, but the way the door opens, she can't see like Micah in the chair. So she's just standing in the doorway. If she walks in past where the door is, she's gonna see it.
I'll step up to the door. Oh, Daphne, nice to see you back. I assume Zachariah and our captain
found
are safe and
Zachariah.
sound. Good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it. Do you need help out there? Possibly?
Oh, I'm just checking all the rooms to make sure there's no magic being cast on the ship.
I mean, I can vouch for no magic in here. It is A-okay in this room specifically. Shall I walk with you to the other rooms? An escort.
Daphne definitely looks at One-Eyed Jane suspiciously. Can I just check in here? Wait, why am I asking? I'm going to check in here real quick.
Okay, just... Yeah, you know what? Okay, and I'll just open the door and step back.
She walks in and she see now.
This place is it's a beautiful place when it's like books, desk, star navigation chat. It's a really nice ship. You usually see that, but now you see a bruised man, bloodied from the leg down, tied up, and for some reason he's both blindfolded and gagged.
Would you believe I found him like this when we got back to the ship?
Who is this?
A new friend of mine.
Who is this?
Okay, fine, you caught me. I did a light kidnapping. I was worried, Zachariah was missing, and then you guys were like, no, leave without us. And I follow my captain's orders. But to be fair, no orders were explicitly given about not kidnapping anyone, and I thought, hey, maybe this guy would have information on what happened to Zachariah if you guys didn't find him. So,
Did you learn anything?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, this is Micah. That's his name. He learned from Van Colton. No, sorry. He learned that there was a bounty to be had here. But he was after not one of us, someone named Van Colton. He received a tip through an informant, and the informant name was Hearn, a merchant that, yeah.
Do I recognize any of those names to me?
Give me a culture check.
Culture check?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm guessing courtly manners doesn't help with my culture check. Submit. 24.
Let's go.
Van Colton is a name that strikes you immediately. That's the name of the man who killed the previous Aenarian emperor. Shot him dead right in his chambers.
Okay. She goes, Van Colton was here at the same time of us?
Yeah, apparently.
Well, I guess I should get the captain.
Yeah, sure. But he already gave, all the information he had available, so I think we could just leave him as he is for now.
Well, it'll be up to her what to do with him.
Okay.
He's awake.
I'll just stand guard because, as you can see, he's awake now, and who knows what Mike is capable of, so I'll just stand guard. See, he's really excited to be in my presence even longer. We've built up a really good rapport, me and Micah, so...
Cheers. I guess you've always had a way with making friends with people who seem to hate you.
Yeah, they say about me.
I'll go get the captain.
No! No!
Oh, Micah, I'm so happy you're awake. We can talk even more about your riveting history. When she leaves, I turn to Micah, and I squat down in front of him again. Listen here. If you breathe a word of that name to anyone else on this ship, I will not hesitate to end you. Do we understand each other, Micah?
Okay.
Good boy. And I'll pat him on the head and then wait for the captain to come.
Okay.
Captain.
While this has been happening, Aura has taken one of Humphrey's fishing nets, strung it across from the starboard, made a volleyball net, and has assigned each of the kobolds as team captains to pick their team captain for a volleyball match.
When you get back to the ship, you're on the pardon for now.
Oh, damn it, we're not there yet!
Yeah,
Never mind, then. Then she's trying to avoid looking at anyone, and she is just playing with her dice. And big smile, no fear, never fear.
Captain, One-Eyed Jane took a friend.
Oh! She signs, yay, how exciting! Someone from, oh, well, I must meet them, of course.
Not actually a friend.
I assumed as much, but I might as well
yeah.
meet them too. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you should know, and she's just gonna lead you that
So
way.
Aura, we see Aura peek her head in and see this gagged and bound man, and One-Eyed Jane. nods to One-Eyed Jane, walks up, and she'll sign, what's your name? To the man sitting in the chair.
I assume the blindfold's been taken off.
She'll reach up and pull the gag down.
Mm-hmm. Micah. My name's Micah.
Wonderful. And she'll sign, what has many keys but can't open a single lock, Micah?
I suppose if I answer right, you're not gonna let me go.
You're gonna have to take a chance. Humor me.
Repeat it again.
What has many keys but can't open a single lock?
Timmy's cheating.
A guy with the wrong keyring.
Zachariah is just in the background.
It has many keys but can't open a single lock.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at One-Eyed Jane with like a look he looks at the both of you guys, both of the other people behind Captain. They're like, is this person serious right now?
She's total serious expression, like not even.
I don't know.
I'll just
What?
Piano. Yes, Kev typed it in the chat and he was right. It's a piano. And she'll sign a piano. So many beautiful songs and notes can be played on one simple instrument. I wonder what your song might be. And I wonder if it ends today. Will you continue to do harm to my crew?
I think I've been given ample warning.
Well done.
And considering... Go ahead.
If you were looking for Van Colton, then how did you come across One-Eyed Jane?
I just make this gesture to him.
We were told about One-Eyed Jane. He does make a face like One-Eyed Jane, like looking at her.
By your informant?
By our informant, yes.
Being.
Hearn level crow.
Aura's eyes widen a bit, but her face is passive. Interesting.
We're a group of bounty hunters from the Aelores Empire. We work independently, but we do a good job of typically tracking down and finding who we're looking for.
And Brando was the one who paid you for this job.
Probably not directly.
Smart move, Daphne. Can you swim?
He kind of like postures his leg up to the front, which has a stab wound in it.
Daphne, can you do us a favor and grab our healer for a moment? We'll just take a look back.
He would be on the unused car, wouldn't he?
This is very frustrating for me because I don't have all the things I want on this tiny ship, but that's fine.
If you're going to throw me overboard, I'll make do, as long as you free me of my restraints.
I was going to give you some swimmies. Will that be enough? Swimmies.
Swimmies?
Swimmies, sir. And she signs little... Would that be substantial enough for you to make it to shore?
It depends. What's a swimmy?
Something our artificer made on board. It's a brilliant invention that helps keep one afloat. And it will be embarrassing enough that should your compatriots discover you, I shall have pride in that enough, knowing that you have dealt a poor hand to my crew. She gestures to One-Eyed Jane. Would you like the swimmies or not? It's your choice.
It would be awfully kind of you.
Okay, can we grab the extra swimmies and then let's give them a heave overboard, unless there's anything else we want to ask.
Can I heave him overboard?
You absolutely may.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll go get the swimmies, I guess.
He goes,
Just hearing a pirate crew say swimmies for so many times.
Got my
It's
floaties.
The floaties!
We
When
are
he
serious
invented those-
people, okay? You should fear
For the
us,
night.
or we'll
When he
throw the
invented
swimmies at you.
those, I have to imagine Aura was just like all over, so excited.
as Daphne goes to retrieve the swimmies, just Micah goes, Boreas, right?
Captain Aura. She smiles.
Shouldn't be too surprised. Many people are gunning after you. You got a ton of bounties hanging around on that ship.
I'm quite popular, I know.
Goes, I assume you already heard the news about your father.
I actually haven't.
Makes sense.
What's
Gallivanting
going
the
on?
sea.
I'm so detached. And you see that she kind of starts to play a little, like, she's such a small, tiny woman. You know, she's just a dainty little, like, halfling. And she goes, I really have a hard time, you know, with so many people after me. Do you know what's happened to him, Pa?
I assume the news ain't really gonna move ya. But your father's been taken in. He's gonna be executed.
Oh, why? It's not fair.
He just kind of like leans back in the chair. And he just goes, I am sure you will find out. He goes, but you want the fast track back to him? Me and my crew will take you.
Oh, would you? Oh, I've always wanted to try to be a mercenary. You all are so heroic and, you know, roguish. It's so fascinating. I mean, it's so hard running a crew. I miss palaces and jewels and gowns and dresses. Will your swimmies be enough for you?
More than enough.
You say it will be enough, is what he said?
Oh, he goes, more than enough.
More than enough. Wow. So strong to beat against the ocean waves like that.
Quick question. Are you communicating to him telepathically?
And she's signing so One-Eyed Jane can also see what she's saying as well.
It is a fun sight. It's like you're doing that and it's like...
Yeah, because Sign is very expressive, so Jane could definitely see that she's like all of a sudden like very coy, you know, and she'll Sign, tell me, what would I get if I joined you?
A nice visit to your pa. There's a nice, real easy rest of your life. And in your head, he goes, You ever heard the name Raylan Creston before?
Mother. He can talk telepathically?
He can
She'll
answer.
she'll go, oh, wow, an easy life? That sounds so exciting. I'm just so tired eating all of this fish stew. I want banquets. I want balls. Sorry, Humphrey. Oh. And I'd love to see the Crestons again.
I
Look.
I punch him in the face.
You hear? All you have to do is look at.
Oh, sorry, my hand spasmed. You know how you get like just like a body twitch sometimes? Like I don't know what happened.
Aura continues. That's all you'd offer me, though?
He's unconscious.
Fucking idiot.
Back with the floaties.
Aura goes, put him on him. It's fucking annoying. All right. She looks to One-Eyed Jane, and in your head, you will hear, you said your name is One-Eyed Jane when you stepped onto my ship. That is what you are to me.
I'll just kind of like nod. So, do we throw him overboard with the floaties on, like while he's unconscious, or like I've never actually thrown anyone overboard?
No, give me
Alive.
one moment.
Okay.
And Aura is going to, deftly climb up to his face and backhand him. Wake him. Oh no! What happened? You have a boo-boo on your face, but we have your swimmies for you.
Just please, just throw me in the ocean already.
Would you like to go swimming? Would that be a better or do you want to hang out with us a little longer? I think it could be fun.
Apparently we're playing volleyball later.
I think I've had my fill of the Blackguards.
At this point, her hand will shoot forward. She will grab his chin roughly, and in his head, he will hear, "Did you really fucking think you could tempt the captain of the Blackguards gallery?" Then thank you for playing along. I hope you've enjoyed our stay with my crew. Enjoy your swim. One-Eyed Jane, she signs and hops off.
Yeah. One-Eyed Jane will kind of start like untying him, putting the floaties on him. And in this room, is there like a piece of paper and like a bag or something?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay. So before she throws him overboard, she's gonna write a note. And she's going to like attach it around his neck. Cause hopefully the floaties will like help keep yeah. And then she's gonna bring him to the side of the ship. And before she throws him over, she's gonna say to him, I know you're probably going to be in contact with the Crestons soon after this, so you might as well deliver a message for me. Okay. Pleasure doing business with you. And then she's just going to throw him off.
The second time One-Eyed Jane has thrown someone off a ship.
It's a theme of this game.
Zach was just sitting up here on the deck and he just watches Jane just walk out with this dude and just throw.
Yeet the body over with floaties!
I feel like at this point,
Swims.
this is just canon, and every time it happens all the time.
Oh yeah,
It's-
everyone gets a pair of floaties because it's
Mhm.
because it's embarrassing enough.
Not just that; it's just the one-eyed Jane throwing people overboard. So it's like,
Yeah, that too.
it's
We don't need a
like,
plank.
it's just
We don't need to walk people off a plank.
No, we have
Yeah.
swimmies.
You
What's
do
that?
you do see as he's floating away with the swimmies on. He's actually like going back towards the shore. And you do hear a very small like oh these things are awesome. With regards to those swimmies. As he's swimming away.
changing a mercenary's life one swim at a time.
He's gonna come back for us. We're gonna be in the middle of the season. We just like see these floaties above the water.
I'm gonna make swimmies scary for you guys next time you see it.
One blown, bloodied swimmy like floats in front of them.
If Blackguards become a game, that's the title screen. It's the water and a single bloody floaty. But yeah, Zachariah, you're caught up in your own thoughts at the moment, and then you hear someone get thrown off the side of the ship, and One-Eyed Jane.
Oh, Zachariah, good to see you're alive, safe.
Yeah. I just go back to my journal.
It's always such a pleasure talking to you. I'll just...
I'll say
I don't
Humphrey's there
know.
too if you want to say anything.
Oh, Humphrey.
Hey.
mean- Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I don't want to say hi to Humphrey. I'm gonna do some push-ups.
Okay.
Yep, I just go opposite side of the ship, doing push-ups.
Humphrey just watches her actively avoid him, and then like, okay, just knows why, and makes his way towards the helm with where Hilgen. Well, the place where the steering wheel is.
Yes.
I don't know ships.
Yeah, you got it.
As soon as you approach, Hilgen reaches for his belt, and he unhooks and hands you a couple of rabbits that he was able to hunt before he had to rush to aid. And he just says, "Apologies, I could not bring more. Our situation was a little precarious."
Well, that's like 5 in 30 minutes. Well, you've given me 7 once in 30 minutes, so not your best, but don't worry, it'll do. I just have to use them fresh. Don't really have cooling. He kind of pockets them in the bag of holding, and then kind of not meeting your eyes, just kind of like wanders behind you, like just looks out on the sea, and then, you know, I would never disobey the captain's orders, but today, leaving them behind was very hard.
I know. It is hard to follow orders against what you feel in your gut is different than what you are ordered to do. I found a different life when I found Ora. It is hard to imagine what would become of any of it if I were to lose her.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. Today, if you and Clarence wouldn't have called the shot, I'm not sure if I would have. I'm not sure if I would have gone on the ship.
I suppose that is why she trusted me to do it, despite my own judgment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always got an eye on them. Maybe let us also know if they're safe and everything. Because Not sure about the others, but I felt very uneasy.
So did I. And I believe that whatever it is that we're about to face in the days, months, perhaps years to come, is going to put us in situations like this time and time again. And we will have to struggle between whatever our emotions want us to do and what might be the right thing to do.
I guess I'm afraid of making the wrong choice one day.
It is no right choice or wrong choice. There is only choice. You choose a path in the wilderness. You might step on the snake. It's not the snake's fault. It's not your fault. Just is.
All right.
Apologies. I know that it is not the most comforting thing.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Most comforting thing isn't always the truth. I appreciate it. Just wanted to kind of check in. How long until we're at the Injusticar?
Not long. I would assume. Not long. Is it in view at this point?
No.
No. Okay.
Damn it!
I would say that Hilgen has a moment when he looks up. Kenway's been flying, keeping track, and then he just responds, "Not long."
Okay. I'll check in with the others. Do you need anything? Drink, food. You good?
I will make sure to get us to the boat first. Then I will tend to myself.
All right. And Humphrey just wanders off.
Okay.
All right. I think we need to. If the Instacar is not within sight, we need to have a debriefing.
I have one thing that I want to do before anything else happens. I have to check up name. Wait a second. Is Ardelia with us on the?
No.
Okay.
Like the inner circle right now, right?
Yeah, it's the inner circle and Brooke.
Okay.
And Clarence.
Clarence part of
is
the
the
inner
inner
They're
circle.
just part of the inner circle. You respect an original crew member.
Oh my lord.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
sometimes it's time for you to retire. You know.
I'm also going to say, Tim, that obviously Hilgen is using his farsight perception throughout this whole time on top of Kenway and his ability to keep themselves navigating smartly.
I gotcha. I always assume that Hilgen has all the tools necessary to do everything optimally.
Everything.
The helmsman.
The helmsman.
Okay, Emma, go on. Sorry.
No. Or we'll just, tap Zachariah on the back of the knee, look to Daphne and goes, I think we need to fill everyone in on the information we gathered.
Yes, this would be a good time. And this goes for the foreseeable future too. Anytime an important conversation's happening, even if you don't want me involved for some reason, tell me so I can make sure that we're not being listened to.
Make sure you let the crew know as well.
I will. Shit's casting detect magic again.
Nothing.
Yep. She just keeps it for if they're gonna talk.
Or we'll make sure that she's in view of everyone
Mm-hmm.
so I can see her sign. And she'll actually take off her hat, put it down on the deck, and run a hand through her hair and start to sign. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. That wasn't very fun. I'm going to have to ask each of you, as we move forward with the information that we continue to gather, that you trust that not only is each of your safety, and she points to every single person on board, whether they're looking at her or not, is of the utmost importance to me, as is my own. We've gained some intel that a certain little rat on our ship has been gathering information on us for the past, she signs to Daphne, 2 months?
Years.
You see, as you guys mentioned that, Humphrey's eyes go wide. And just like in Ghibli movies when the hair kind of start to stand up and he's just like controlling himself from an out before he gets an outburst.
We are dealing with a very intelligent and dangerous person. This is nothing new to us. However, she looks at Zach. We are playing a different game. Strategy is not about being one step ahead of your opponent. Rather, it's about being open to the possibilities that surround them. I'm not going to try to plan anyone's next move, especially Brando's. But what I can offer and give you all is the information that we have gathered and the facts that we know. One thing is certain. There is something at the Bandywallop that Brando, one of the most brilliant strategists I've seen in quite a while, wants desperately more than anything else. Treasure, no. Something more. Something connected, and she signs, to Zach and his partner.
She says that. Zach, the compass that you've been holding very firmly in your hand, it jolts. Once, and that's it.
Does it ping my magic?
It does.
She immediately, just signs to stop just in case, but it's just like a quick thing.
Now, typically, when a detect magic detects magic, it tells you the school of magic. This one in particular, you actually can't discern, which is a first. But it's gone.
Did you do some? Yeah. Did you do something with the compass?
No.
I felt a bit of magic from it, but...
Same.
It's not normal, though. It didn't read on this through the spell the same way as normal.
Did something we say trigger it? Or is this normal Zachariah?
I don't know.
We should try going through the words again. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Direct Bandywallop.
Also, it was signed.
Oh.
So, question. Wait, does the compass read sign?
Because Daryl...
Because Daryl knows sign language, right?
No,
Whoa.
Zach,
I can't
like
say
how you
anything.
did.
Yeah. Repeat the last thing you said.
Yep. Yep. Or we'll sign out her last sentence.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I sign
Maybe-
Wake up.
Daryl.
Nothing.
Maybe it's triggered by emotion. So, because when Zachariah first heard this sentence, he would react emotionally different than the second time.
Hilgen is going to turn to Zachariah. Tell us about your partner.
Well, what do you want to know?
If you had to tell a story about him.
Well, Daryl is one of the most brilliant minds I know. He could talk for hours on any subject. Kind of like Clarence, only I can stand him. He wanted to be a lore keeper. That was his plan. It was his hope. And the Bandy Wallop, he named it that. He said it was a whimsical word. He said it meant, I think, far away place, or something like that. I was excited to go see it. I don't know what's there. He said a lot, and I only have so much brain to keep it in, but I don't know, it's some sort of ancient island lost in a war with some gods. Something like that. Daryl's the one who knows all this stuff.
When did he find the compass?
He didn't find it. I did. There was this wizard, I don't know, a magic librarian guy, I don't know, over in the Solarian Empire. He had a storehouse full of stuff, and I took my pickings, and we sold most of it to make ends meet, but the half of the compass was part of that, and I don't know, when I found it, I got the feeling that Daryl would like it. He did.
And he was just able to figure out what it was connected to.
Like I said, he is brilliant. Wish I never found this thing.
Hilgen has a moment considering, and he communicates with Kenway for Kenway to make sure to be flying ahead and keep an eye on the Injusticar, as he then addresses the group. It could be also the possibility that if the compass manifested magic, that it may not be because of the compass itself, but whatever may be connected to it, wherever that may be.
That's a good point.
Ooh.
I would scry, but I'm tapped out.
Well,
Or is gonna telepathically say to Zach, I will respect what you want. But it might benefit the group to show them your wound.
Zachariah, you, at this moment, another jolt. Your heart murmurs and weakens for a moment.
When I showed the compass to Daryl, we had, I guess, visions. When I first came on board, I showed it to you. But I get the feeling they weren't nearly as vivid as when we first felt them.
You both had visions?
I don't know what they meant, but Daryl said it was what? There was, I don't know, fighting a dragon. I remember a whole island full of ruins. That's what Daryl was the most excited to go see.
From the details to me, fighting a dragon on an island, something about gods and things, that might be too vague, but knowing about where this thing is there a possibility that I might know of some like story or historical event?
Dragon had black scales, if that helps.
Ooh.
It's a story as old as time. You definitely know this. There's no role necessary.
Okay.
When arcane knowledge was gifted to humanity for the first time, there were many gods who did not want humanity to have that power, and there are those who would want for that to happen, for humanity to ascend. This was the war on secrets. Many gods versus many other gods, and and those gods instilled their will. The quote unquote bad side. This is actually like where the Blackguards name come from. Paladin warriors lifted from the hells to fight for to fight humanity. But alongside, who commanded these Blackguards were these powerful dragons. All the details fall in line for the most part. It's vague, but it's strong.
So this place is theoretically an ancient battleground of the war on secrets. That's what you all were seeking?
I guess. I don't know. Daryl's a history nerd, so he just wanted to see it.
Are you saying that there is a possibility that this compass can point to the cradle of magic? Arcane magic?
What?
We're gonna have to fight gods. I don't.
Easy. Easy.
You spoke of visions of this, which reminds me of the tales from the Secret War. And the compass seems to be creating energy, and it is a compass.
Yeah.
So what
It
if-
points in?
Question, narrator. When Zachariah's compass thrummed again, would Daphne have noticed that? Could she detect
His
magic
heart.
up?
I would say yeah, and it's a bit more noticeable for everyone keeping observation.
And it thrummed when Aura telepathically said you should choke them your wound, right?
Yes,
Okay. So it thrummed again.
it could be crazy correlation. It could be coincidence, but yeah.
Hilton is going to look at Zechariah and look at the compass, tilt his head. Have you thought of asking it to show you what it wants to show you?
I mean, it's not really a good conversation partner. I've tried. Yeah, I mean, I talked to it. It's an object, though. So
Have you asked it?
show me.
You do that.
Yeah. Wake up.
At that
Oh boy.
like genuine like question, Zachariah, you go faint all of a sudden. And everyone watches as the compass slowly comes to light for a moment and then stop. It slides out of Zachariah's hand, and you see as it actually comes to light, the wound underneath the bandage, it lights up as well, and Zachariah falls unconscious.
I'll try to catch him before he falls into the ground. Ugh.
I'm ripping off the bandages. Just trying to see what the fuck is going on.
Helgen, how close are we to the Ustakar? And by this point, you see Kenway's coming back. He's coming back in a hurry.
Oh god.
What am I sensing from Kenway?
There is urgency.
What did
God damn
Roland
it.
do?
Does my far sight give me anything with my perception right now?
I'm going to say, like, as you're getting closer to where you thought where the used car was once before, there is nothing there, but there is splintered wood hanging, floating in the streets. A battle has happened here. The sound, the lifting air of smoke that came from cannons is hanging in the air. You know the sights and smells of what happens after a ship battle has occurred. A ship battle has happened where the Ustakar once was, and now the Ustakar is completely gone.
Okay, so you first are going to see Hilton looks up as he senses Kenway, and then his eyes look ahead, and they seem glossy as he just looks past the sight of anybody else, and you just hear him, Humphrey, take the helm. And first,
Right.
you guys see Hilton let go of the helm without even waiting for Humphrey to grab it, and he starts walking slowly and then faster, all the way to the front of the ship, and he's standing there for a moment, looking up at Kenway, looking far ahead, and then he looks down. And he turns around to look at the crew, and he's just looking at everyone with The Ingesticar is gone.
What do you see, Hilgen?
Lines of battle. Debris.
If it was attacked, they probably moved.
I would think so, yes.
Any sign of bodies?
Nothing. In fact, the wood floating here, you see bits wood that's unfamiliar to the Ingesticar. But then you see little shards that you know the make of your ship. It's made of very strong material. Most of the scraps in here are not the Ingesticar, but there are some signs that yes, the Ingesticar was hit.
Hilgen would rely. Most of the wood and the damage that I see on the water is not from ours. There is some, but not most. There are no bodies.
We have Coco to thank for that. All right, everyone. And you just hear laughter, like bordering on mania, erupt from this very small creature. And she goes back to the wound on Zachariah's chest.
You see, like, Jane has caught Zachariah, and Clarence is kneeling next to Zachariah. And he just goes, "Stay with me, boy. Please. Please. I need you to be with me, okay?" It's just talking to an unconscious Zachariah.
What is the compass doing during this time?
Yeah, I was going to grab the compass.
You grab the compass.
And I say, give it back.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
I fucking will. Give Zach back.
Oh my
now.
lord.
Give him back! I'll so. I'm gonna puke.
Come on, Aura.
I know. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to save him, I promise. Oh, an 8!
As soon
Wait,
as you
hold on.
Probably have
I think I
advantage
get it.
because
I think I get it.
they're all super
Hold
cool.
on. Let me look at all the. Hold on. So, this is a wisdom saving throw. Am I resisting being charmed, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned, or put to sleep?
Oh my lord.
I don't think it's any of those things.
Okay, hold on. I got more.
Resist getting visions.
Am I? Welcome to Advanced 5th Edition, everyone. As I puke, is this anything to do with the frightened condition?
No, it doesn't. It's not.
Is this anything?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's like your tax thing, helper. It's like, do you have this? Okay, what about that? Or specifically this.
I have one second. Wait.
Does this wisdom save have red hair and glasses?
One more. Creatures cannot magically read my thoughts, know I'm lying, or discern my creature type, and I can only be communicated telepathically if I allow it. The end.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm really sorry, but it looks like we're gonna have to take that 8.
Okay. It's okay.
Or you have a hole in
I'm gonna say that Hilgen is.
Was that a nat 1? I'm an offling. That was a nat 1, right?
No, it was
No,
a
it was
7.
a 7.
plus
God
1.
damn it!
Okay.
I'm going to say
Aura,
Hilgen is very at the ready as soon as he sees Aura going for the compass.
Okay.
Give it to me.
We joked about it, but I think Kev was right. I think all of y'all are dead.
Give it to me.
Okay. I'm gonna get there. I'm getting there. All right. Aura, as soon as you bend down and your hand reaches towards the compass, whatever finger touches it first, it binds to it like electricity for a moment. It's like when you touch a current and all of a sudden your hand tenses up and your whole arm and muscle begins to freeze. Everyone watches as Aura's eyes glaze over as a holy sort of like divine light fills her fills her mind. Captain Aura, you immediately your vision swelters, and you hear nothing but your heartbeat in your chest right now as this sort of like really fast sort of like movie plays in front of your eyes. You everything happens so fast. You see you're standing on an island. You see people building a statue. The details I can't really give you because, like I said, it's going by so fast. There's a large temple with a symbol of a person with wings on their back, currently emblazoned in the very middle of the door. It's being worked on by a bunch of very like by a mixture of people, but they seem very very like nomadic in like their appearance. White eyes and like some ink on their faces and body. You see you are granted like a view of the ocean with the sun hanging overhead, and it crackles in your mind. And as soon as it crackles, suddenly appearing in front of you, you see a large black dragon flying, creating a silhouette directly in front of the sun. There is the vision of people melting, the very same people in this living on this island. People trying to fight. The statue that was built crumbling as the dragon crushes it beneath its mighty claws. You see that it attempts to ram itself into this large vault gate that these people have built. In the midst of all this chaos, your sight shoots back out with a wide view of this island hanging in the middle of the ocean. You see that it begins to the whole thing begins to rumble, and it begins to sink below systemically below the ocean. You see this black dragon attempts to fly away, but these tendrils of light shoot out.
Oh my God.
From the ocean and wrap itself around this dragon and drags it back down. As this dragon, you hear it going, "No, no!" As it's clutched and brought down towards the island. The entire island sinks, and the dragon continues to, in its defiance, yell no as it's sink below the water.
Now we know.
And with that, Captain Aura falls unconscious.
I drop Zachariah to go touch the captain.
Hilgen would have been there.
Okay, good.
There's no way. Yeah, Hilgen would have, as soon as she went.
She still drops Zach.
He would have dashed.
Yeah, I drop Zach to try to catch the captain. I'm like, oh, phew.
Clarence reaches out to try to catch Zach, but it's too late. Shit, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Hilgen would have been there to catch Aura, and he would have just Aura.
As you catch her, Humphrey, Kenway. That's you see Kenway in the horizon, flying all the way back towards you, and you get a ping, Hilgen. You get a ping that says, basically, Kenway found the Instacar.
I'm going to have a moment when I tilt my head, look, and then I call to Humphrey. Humphrey, follow Kenway. He found it in just a car.
And I'll just look and then.
Yeah, my attention is back on Aura.
Is Zachariah's chest
open?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do I still have a wound in my chest when they take the
I wanna
bandage?
know-
Oh
Okay.
yes, you do.
is it still glowing?
It's not only is it glowing, But you know when you're like in a particularly hot place and there's like heat vapors and it kind of like disturbs the image of like things in the view in the far view. You see Zachariah's entire body, like vapors, waves.
Oh no, 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 no.
And as Humphrey does the Acura motorcycle like drift, beginning to follow Kenway. We go into Zachariah's mind. Zachariah, it's cold. And typically gravity ensures that a piece of your body is always touching something. So it's a really strange feeling when all you're doing right now is floating. You're floating, but you're conscious. And you are cold. You're impossibly cold. There's no heat in your body whatsoever. As you are falling, going up, remaining still, you don't know. As you close your eyes and see the darkness that provides and open it up to see that it's the same, you hear the sound of waves gently crashing onto a beach.
I guess I focus
And
on that.
You do. You focus on that. And you hear, ever since you ventured out of Arkansas, you've ventured onto many different parts of the world. You've heard 1,000 different waves at 1,000 different places. But these ones stand out to you. As you focus on these waves and you're trying to think, why did they sound so familiar? The next time you blink, you are prone on the ground, looking up at a tent that you've constructed. As you sit up, you are currently situated on a beach. Palm trees above the waters, gently creeping up the shore, and one lone hermit crab walking across the sand. It's a very familiar image. But one thing that is lacked, that made this image memorable in the first place. Daryl is not there sitting in the water. It is just you in the tent on this beach.
Hermit crab. I run over and I'm gonna just kind of scoop it up, sand and all. Hermie, nice to meet you. Daryl.
It's at this point you feel again, it's deja vu. A feeling that's very similar to one you had before, but it's different. When you step near that inn and you felt that hatred spike through your body for the first time, when you briefly encountered Brando, you felt hatred, vengeance. It started from the heart, creeped through all the way through your fingertips, to your toes, to your head. it's the same pathways before. It's the same feeling, but it's not intense. It's warmth, just pure warmth. Warmth that a body that is alive and running should just give you. And much like a dim light bulb sputtering on as you're holding Hermie in your hand, a small orb of light, very similar to the ones that was in the compass, begins to flick on in front of you, floating in the air. It's, for some reason, you feel like it's weak and it's struggling. But eventually, it becomes a dim light, dim orb of light hanging in the air. And it starts to become the outline of a person. And you hear a voice speaking in Celestial that you understand. Zachariah.
Hermie? No. Wait.
Please.
Just put Hermie on my shoulder. Yes. Hello? Who are you?
Please sit down. We have so much to talk about. And with that, we're going to go on break.
Ah.
We have so much to talk about after I finish my tea.
Guys, I have the best hermit crab fun fact, by the way, that I have to share with everyone.
Before we go on
Yes, no?
break.
They
Before we go on
actually
break.
like to travel?
Before hermit crabs go to a new shell, or if they find a shell that is way too big for them, they wait in front of the shell for other hermit crabs to arrive, and then they kind of align themselves in size, like descending until the biggest crabs takes the first shell, and then the second biggest takes the shell of the first one, and it goes like until the last one has like a new shell.
Yeah, did you know
Oh
that
my-
hermit crabs
that's
aren't
awesome.
actually hermits? They live significantly shorter lives if they're alone. Like, significantly shorter.
Am I the only one stressed out from this session?
I don't know. Why would you be stressed? I mean, what is there to be stressed about? Why?
about.
Well, I mean, you got a volleyball. Like
Yeah.
I have a volleyball.
that's
Humphrey's afraid
everything's
for
gonna
his
be
kitchen.
okay. Clearly.
That volleyball is a stress toy, and it has popped by this point.
Boom.
All right.
It was the
Humphrey's
volleyball
point is
like
On
just
break.
afraid for his
All
kitchen.
right, everyone. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
On break. Okay. Okay.
See you guys in a bit.
And we're back. Dang it! That went through. Jenny congratulated me for counting down from 3.
I didn't freeze this time.
It's the little things.
Freaking.
That's how you support your partner, everyone.
And your captain.
Okay. But we last left off. You're on a beach.
Zach.
Go to the beach. Let's go get away.
You see the you see the spirit, seemingly just this outline of a person sit down on a rock. And it's enough space for 2 people to sit on. He just goes, Zachariah. Correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry. For this burden I've placed on you. You probably have so many questions on who you are, and how you're here.
Yeah, I was on a ship, and
No,
now I'm here.
not
The
here.
ship sank? No? Okay.
How you're on the material plane. How you're breathing.
I mean, one time Daryl explained how breathing works to me. He knows a lot about biology. So, I know how that works. Like the lungs and stuff, I think.
Zachariah, you've died.
No?
Please. Take a seat. I'll expound further. My name is Noe. I am what's been keeping your heart beating for the past 6 months.
Take a seat.
This is the only time I'll be able to talk with you. I'm going to tell you now that you don't have much time left. And I'm so sorry that I don't have more power to keep you going. I wish a person like you could live 1,000 lives. You and your friend, your partner. He is the reason why we have decided to lead you to our home. We were waiting for someone with a good heart to lead. Let's start from a smaller place. I am Noe. And you see that he reaches up, and this warmth that you've always felt before, this warmth reaches towards your arm, your left arm, and he goes, "This is Demetrius." He reaches towards your right arm. "This is Xenia." Your left leg. "This is Jacinta." And your other leg. And this is Rhea.
How many names?
You don't
Demetrius?
You don't have to write these down.
No, I got it.
What was that last name?
Rhea.
Hey.
He goes, "Right now you are the very last living spirit of the people of Hamlusa. You are our memories, our loves, our story.
I've never been there. I don't understand how.
You have something that's been there. Something that we've created so long ago, so that someone may find us again and remember us and tell our story. Someone worthy of the thing that we have left behind." on that island is everything that we were. The only proof that we've ever existed in this world.
Footsteps, right?
Yes. Footsteps. Small and big. Young and old. Zachariah, we are a waning force. When we created this compass, we were in a dire situation. You've seen it. The dragon. Anarath, the gloom.
Do I have to fight that? Is that a thing that is gonna have to happen? When we get there?
I'm unsure of what's happened to my home since my departure, but it is in my hopes that the underwater has become its tomb. It's in this moment that you see a woman dressed in like colorful clothing with dark skin walk, like part the trees and walk out towards the water with a bucket on top of her head. Her face is completely like wiped out. It's gone. It's staticky. And it's almost like a glitch in a video game where she kind of stutters back and forth and she's gone.
That was weird.
Yes. Demetrius knew that he had loved someone, but he cannot remember her face or even the true shape of her. We have been giving ourselves of everything so you can have every memory. Soon we'll forget ourselves entirely. What you have with your partner, Daryl, is precious. And if there's anything we want to do, we want to preserve the future as well. Yes. Soon we'll just become a part of you. But even then, we will go.
I'll write as much down for you.
I'll lose my ability to read.
Well, so other people can read it.
That is very kind of you, Zachariah. But I am not your concern. We have left something ineffable. The culmination, the will of all of our people is on that island. A divine spark. The thing that one needs to walk the path of divinity. And that man, Brando Calagaris, he seeks it. We know. We feel his intentions. He seeks it for himself.
So I just gotta steal it first, is what you're saying, right? I'm good at that. So
If you will.
what do I do with it?
I'm not certain. The higher steps of godlyhood is beyond me. We simply knew that whoever were to inherit the divine spark, they would know what to do with it.
Probably can't pawn it. Alright, this is a little new. Okay. Got it. Get the spark. Don't let him have it. Easy enough.
And now I have to give you the unfortunate news. The reason why I can only speak with you now. And never again. Why you might never speak with anyone ever again. We have remained dormant for a long time. When you've placed that compass together, we were unleashed once again into the world. The limited time we have to guide whoever we deemed worthy to our home. But when you placed us together, that villain encroached upon you. He killed you. He threw you in the waves. But luckily we were able to reach you. Unmake ourselves to make you. But our power is waning. You don't have much time left. You have 10 days. And this is the narrator talking. But in Level Up Advanced 5th Edition, I spoke about this in the first session. They introduced a new condition called Doomed, where you will die in a certain allotted amount of time that the narrator has allowed. Albert, it's with a very heavy heart that I bestow this condition upon you. And you have 10 days.
Okay. Cool. How far are we from the Bennywell? Are we 10 days away or
Just 11.
If you sailed straight there, if you sailed completely straight with no messes whatsoever, no problems, literally
of course
like,
there won't be any.
like 5 days.
Okay. All right. 5 extra days. Got it.
We have given you everything to save your partner, to ensure that the will of ours, the will of all of us, is not used for a nefarious purpose, but it is a burden that you did not ask for. And for that, I'm so sorry.
I'll see it done. I was going there anyway, so.
Thank you. You are fulfilling the wish of 1,000 people that were forgotten thousands and thousands of years ago. That is the kindest thing that I think anyone could ever possibly do. And you see his form begins to dim, and the outline of his body began to shimmer.
Wait, so you guys were in the compass, right? So if you could just been watching me, you like just seen everything.
The rest of us are in the compass.
Okay.
The 5 of us are puppeteering you.
Oh.
No, puppeteering's not the right word. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm disappearing now.
Okay. I guess
I'm gonna leave.
I wish I could explain more.
Okay.
If you have like a really quick question, I can answer. But
I mean, what should I quick give me what next? What do now? Advice.
Go.
I know that, but
he's like okay, you need quicker.
I need an idea. I need an idea. How do I get Daryl away from Brendo? Anything you can think of. If you were there, you saw what he did. Any information you have.
I'll give you one gift, and you will know how to use it. But your cleverness will have the triumph over his. And is there anything else you want to say? He just goes, thank you once more. And his image is gone. Zachariah, one time, and you can only do this once, you can cast a 9th level counterspell. But you feel like once you do that, you use a lot of the power that is keeping you alive.
It's just you and me, Hermie.
Hermit crap. I don't know what sounds they make. Hermes' eye stalks just kind of move. You remember more now. The memory of what exactly happened to you when you died is now clear. You had just pieced the compass together. You had received the second half from a dragon turtle. But it is while you were next to this dragon turtle that a fleet of ships encroached on you. They were friendly at first. It was Brando Caligaris. He was affable, and he was kind, and he was curious, and Daryl did not trust him. You remember sounds of cannons as the fleet of ships fired on the dragon turtle. You were captured. You and Daryl. You were beaten. Just you, because you've attempted to escape. You've attempted to help your partner. By Deacon. It's the same song. Again, Brando telling him to don't do it. Stop what you're doing. Trying to control him. And Brando bringing him over out of sight to speak with him. But what you see now is an eagle's eye view of what Brando said. We only need one of them. Kill that one and don't throw him overboard. We can take this. We just need the one with the brains. Deacon comes back, and the faded wound occurs when you are stabbed in the chest, and you see Brando, again, a devil in plain clothes, going, "No! What are you doing?" to Deacon.
He said, "Don't throw him overboard."
He said, "Kill him, throw him overboard. We don't
okay.
need him." And now he's completely acting. And the sound of Daryl fades as your vision returns to black. Everyone else. Humphrey, you are following Kenway. And I'll say that in this time, questions are being asked. Hiljan, you are just cradling you are cradling Aura in your arms. Everyone's trying to keep anyone safe. Is anyone like when I Jane Daphne, you are with like two unconscious people?
Yeah, I see. You said we see Zachariah fading earlier.
Yeah, his like image is like shimmering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to pick him up and get him as far away from the compass as possible because I don't want to touch the compass after what happened to Aura.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and since the compass is just kind of like probably lying away from Captain Aura now, right? She probably dropped it, or is it
Yeah.
still attached to her? Okay, I would probably try to find something like a bag and like I don't know, like a dagger. Like just I'm trying to scoop up the compass and put it somewhere safe. Like I'll just put it in my pocket, but I don't want to touch the compass.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say you safely like get it
Okay.
like using different apparatus.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll just put it in my pocket. And then
Oh,
look.
I forgot I have that spell. Is it? It's opened, right?
Right now it's opened. Yes.
I use Mage Hand to close it.
Mhm.
Nothing happens though.
Nothing happened.
She's just continues trying to get Zach away from it to see if it has any effect.
For you, Humphrey. Getting back to that in a bit. Humphrey, you see a large ship in the distance, unmistakable. The biggest ship you've ever saw, the Newstakar, in the distance. And everyone sees it as well. Finally, some relief. As you get closer to the ship, you see that there are scorch marks on the side of the ship. There are a few holes that you see the people are currently like repairing right now. The crewmen are all like 80 plus members of the crew are like currently in repair mode. And you see one of the crew like sees you. And you see, like, they pair the swivel cannons, like, they aim it towards you. And they're like, halt! And then there's a sense of recognition. And then he just goes, Captain's back!
Oh, what's the name of our healer guy?
Robbie.
Phil? No. What?
Robbie. Robbie.
Ravi?
Jeff!
Robbie.
Jerry!
You know?
John?
John!
One-eyed John.
Yeah, as we get closer, I'll screen over to the other ship that they should get Ravi ready to look after the people.
You see much of the crew members. Some of them are a bit bandaged now. Throw like ropes down to tie the two ships together, and they throw a rope ladder down. But the sight of the unconscious captain sends this wave of confusion to everyone. Jasper, who was one of the people who threw it, goes, "What happened? What happened to the captain?"
Hilgen is going to carry Aura in his arms as he moves to cross to the Injusticar, whispering to her, "If you dare leave me right now, I'm going to kill you myself." And he hops to the car as he explains, "She fell unconscious. Long story. Where's Robbie?"
By this point, everyone's getting on and transporting like everyone onto the ship.
Do not touch the compass, she says. First thing.
And as soon as you say like where's Ravi, and like everyone like your voice cuts through the murmuring, like everyone's like asking a question because like this is probably the first time anyone's seen the captain unconscious, which understandably like gets people a little bit fearful. You you see Ravi, the steely demeanor dwarf, kind of like push through the crowd, and he goes, "All right, I'm here." It just sees the two unconscious people. He just goes, "All right, let me look at him."
Hilgen is going to gently place Aura down for Robbie to examine, and as soon as that happens, he just turns to the rest of the crew as he's like, "I need to know what happened. Who attacked you?"
Well, as he does that, though, she goes to Ravi and goes, "I think Zachariah is the source of it. I think solving Zachariah's problem will solve Aura's. It has something to do with the compass. Aura touched it, and she ended up like this."
You see Ravi kind of like very tentatively like goes up to the both of them as you lay them both prone. Jasper looks at you, Hilgen, and he just goes, "Hunter ships coming from the south. I don't think they're Navy. They just suddenly started firing on us. I think they belong to another crew."
Are they still around?
"No. We fended them off. They had multiple wooden ships. They had a flag with a snake with a snake on it. That's all I could get."
Do I recognize that flag?
You can give me either a history or a culture check.
Do any of us reckon?
Yeah, anyone who can hear.
Get these.
I also want to hear.
They went against sadist rules.
History, wars, and empires. Does that help?
History was, I'm afraid, not here.
Or this was a culture or
25.
history check?
It's a culture or a history check. I'm sorry, Hilgen.
25.
Oh goodness, I'm so
Jeez,
sorry.
double ones.
For the both of you, like there's like other things on your mind at the moment. But there's 1,000 different things to think about. But for you, Daphne, you know your pirates. And you definitely know the pirates that are associated with the sadist boot. This crew, a new one, is known as the Eternal Smile.
Oh, fuck these guys.
Oh, we're going to wipe that off their faces so fast.
And they have a captain named, you know the captain's name, but not much about him. Captain John.
Fuck you, John.
That's it.
Fuck you. Douchebag.
Yeah, she'll communicate because Hilgen was the one asking. She goes, "That's the Eternal Smile. They're new to the sadist boot. I don't know much about them." With people like gathering and murmuring and stuff too, she will also just turn and just say, like, go back to repairs or wherever their stations were. She tells them to go back to them.
People
rather
immediately disperse.
I'm going to say that Hilgen is using his gloves of climbing and swimming. He's just going to go to the tallest mast and he's going to start climbing to the bird's nest, using Kenway to check the perimeter. He's going to look over to Robbie and look at the unconscious people, then at Daphne, as he just look out for them. And he starts climbing, and he'll climb to the bird's nest, having Kenway patrol the perimeter. And as he does that, he's going to cast a fog cloud around the ship.
Okay. I will say, Hilgen, it's very unusual for you. These people had to have tracked you, but you've been doing such an amazing job at like keeping your tracks. It's very hard to track.
Yes.
But seemingly through all else, perhaps after like a few hours after you left, these ships found and attempted to ambush you. Unless it was like a random act of violence, there has to be something extraordinary going on as well.
I didn't ask earlier, so if you want to say no, it's fine. But I was going to ask earlier when we saw some of the wreckage, if they weren't like sunk ships, it was just debris. I wanted to know if it was possible for me to take some of it so that I could find out.
In retrospect, yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
No, Daphne, since when are they a pirate group? Years? Months?
Are they a new crew altogether, or just new to the Sadist Boot?
They are new. They are the newest ones to the Sadist Boot. They were noted. Like the thing is, like they're very clandestine. Like not much is known about them. So like you can't honestly say.
Huh.
I don't know much
Okay.
about them, but they're the newest to the Sadist Boot. That's the only reason probably know anything about them, is that they joined.
Someone knew we were going to the intertown name here. Did somebody also tip off this group about where we were?
We know that Brando knew, but I don't know why he would want us to come under attack.
Also, just to bring this up, just in case it's relevant either now or later, I have an ability called Kindred Spirit, which I intuitively sense when another wilderness expert is nearby. My passive perception is increased by 5 to detect hidden or invisible creatures within 30 feet of me. And I just instantly detect whether any creature I can see is proficient with stealth or survival.
The obvious people on the ship. There's Jasper, who kind of like is the same with you in regards to the tracking and such. But if you're looking for anything like too suspicious, like there's not like anyone here that you would find it strange.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, obviously climbing up, trying to get that bird's eye view, both from myself using my farsight and Kenway around. That I'll be there just trying to see if there's anything that I can spot above the fog cloud in the distance.
I'll go ahead and say, like, with your like immaculate sight, like it's just the ocean around you at the moment, but like you can't trust it right now. You have to keep a diligent eye out.
Okay.
Towards the bottom, Jasper says, "It happened a few hours ago." Says, but judging where they were coming from, they were coming from the south. Clarence goes, "From the south?" And there's this look of like thinking before he goes, So we had someone waiting for us we had people waiting for us at the harbor, and as soon as we left, says people from the south, says ambushed in Ustakar. Goes, he kind of like there's a clenched fist before he thinks. He goes, we rode right into something. Yes. If they're coming from the south, then they're pushing us north.
That was my thoughts, is that they clearly weren't going to win, and it's clearly a stupid thing to do on their end. Then they were probably trying to lure us into a specific position.
I wouldn't want to call them fools, but it seems like everything that's been happening here has been deliberate. We should have never come here. Damn it. At this point, you see Ravi has been tending to the folks.
I'm still doing my detect magic, by the way, just so you know.
I got
Sorry.
you. Yeah, I'm keeping that in mind. But you see that he's kind of like, he pats Zachariah's chest for a moment, and he's like unbuttons and like sees the bandage. He goes, what happened? What happened to him? And he starts like undoing the bandages.
Don't worry about that. That sounds crazy, but don't worry about that.
Not what you want to tell about your healer. He says. Before he looks over to Captain Aura, like grabs her face for a moment. And as soon as he touches her face, Captain Aura, jolt, you wake.
Shoots up. Immediately looks around. And signs Zach. Goes over. Crawls over. And just gently takes his face in her hands. And sends a message. Zachariah. You're not done yet, kid. Come on.
Legitimately make a charisma check for me.
May I use anything?
Throw on an expertise die for me.
Thanks. Straight charisma?
Straight charisma.
Come on, Aura, you've been rolling like fucking shit. 14 plus expertise, which is a D6 or D4, guys?
4.
D4.
You little bitch.
15's
That's a D1.
15's DC. So that was really good. Zachariah, a lot's been explained for the past few months. Your strange feelings and your comings and goings. How you feel like you've been really forgetful, and how you've been like you've been being pulled from place to place. It says there was always this magnetic draw to Captain Aura. And strangely enough to Roland as well, people with strong personalities, people with very strong and magnetic personalities always have this sort of like draw to you for these past 6 months. And you hear a voice in your head that's familiar. Captain Aura. And you feel your entire form flying, pulled with a sharp tug, and you awake.
Captain. Hi.
Morning, sunshine.
One second. Ravi, you are on the Usicar, but Ravi like bends down next to you and looks at you. he casts his you see he puts like a small ball on the tip of his finger and casts a light on it, and he shines it in your eye, in your left eye.
Oh, okay.
And he just goes, "All right, look to the left."
I feel fine.
No, look to the left.
He goes to the right. Wait, no, this way.
Look to the right.
This way.
Whatever.
This way.
He's okay. Whatever. Ravi takes off the ball of light.
You're both
He hears
all right.
that. Aura gets up and dusts her hat off, puts it on. All right. Looks
She's
in,
just, like,
checks in on
looking.
everyone, looking at, checking in on everyone, seeing how everyone's doing. What the fuck
Concern.
is going on?
Thousands.
Concern.
Yeah, super
yeah.
concern. Of course, thousands of concern.
Aura
Compass?
signs. I have a volleyball.
There's holes in the ship. We have to fix that first.
There's a dragon waiting for us too.
Compass.
It's on. Oh, you had it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's in my
Sorry.
pocket.
Okay.
It's safe. Are you sure you should be?
I don't think anyone should touch it right now.
I'll be fine.
That's when Aura went out.
I
Yeah,
agree with both of them. Let's just get ourselves situated and get rested, and then get debrief. But right now, that compass has been the source of a lot of our confusion. Let's just figure everything out first.
Can we sail and talk?
Where will we sail to? Do we keep pushing north?
Is everyone okay?
Elgin is going to join everyone as soon as he overheard Aura's voice. He climbs down, keeps King way above.
Jasper goes, "A few injuries, but no casualties."
Did I sleep fight?
There was no need. We were attacked by the Eternal Smile.
A dumb name for a ship?
It's a terrible name. Yeah,
Okay.
a crew.
I hate
A pirate
pirates.
crew doing the sadist boot.
Did Deacon name it?
I don't think
No,
he'd ever
it'd be the Eternal
use the
Frown.
word smile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But
I feel like I missed stuff.
everything's fine.
Aura, you spoke of a dragon.
That seems pretty important to circle back to.
I saw many things. Of which I think, and she looks to Zachariah, Zach would have more information than I.
Okay. Can we pick up a destination first and start?
I think we
sailing?
should sail. I think it is a good idea to sail. I don't want to stay here.
We're open targets. We need to keep moving.
Jasper goes, "In that case, I'll slowly bring us up northwest, so that way we're not in the same place, but we're not going anywhere. Is that all right?"
How far did the bandy wallop from here?
5 days.
She looks at him. Is that on our way northwest? Or is it south?
It's north. Straight north.
It's moved north.
Very well.
Wait, where's the lighthouse?
Fuck the lighthouse.
The lighthouse is, if you're asking me, it's northwest. It's in the Aenarian Empire. If you go all the way north, you can. It still makes progress towards Aphros Harbor.
Okay, I guess we can discuss it.
Zach.
Captain?
Ilgen is just going to go to the helm.
Did you see what I saw?
Probably. That's
Can you
probably what I
please-
saw the first time.
I need you to articulate it to the others, please.
Yeah, Dragon Island sunk battle.
That's not enough. You have to understand that
Oh,
is
God.
not enough.
Some kind of
Um,
riddle again.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. All right. There was they were building a temple. It was like a people. They had like tattoos and stuff, white eyes, and they were building a temple. There was like a winged statue, and then a dragon attacked, and they fought it, and then the entire island sunk, and the dragon got dragged down with it. There were these light things. Does that track, Captain?
She nods.
There's something important there that Brando wants.
Do you know what it is?
Kind of. A spark?
A spark of what?
Divinity? Right? Right? Yeah, like God shit.
Divine spark?
Yeah, I think he wants to ascend or something. That's probably bad. For everyone.
And how is it? The compass leads to there for some reason.
Yeah.
And it's connected to you still for some reason.
Yeah, weird that.
Suppose I know what we must do.
Is the thing we're supposed to be doing fighting dragons or?
Wait, that should be dead by
Gods,
now,
or-
right? No, I think we're just gonna go there and just kind of take it before he gets it.
Yeah, like last month, our biggest problem was like bar fights, and now we're dealing with divinity and dragons.
He knows we're ahead of him. He wants us ahead of him. I doubt
Fight
we
the
can just
gods
go
and the
there just take
dragons.
something.
They were able to track us. If they are able to track us and we go there, then we are leading them there. It is something we must embrace and accept if we are to follow through. We are not going to just be looking for this. We will have to fight them. I do not
Should
think
we
that we
follow-
will escape.
Should we follow through?
Yes.
Why?
Why?
It's got Daryl. Well, I'm following through, I suppose.
Is that a good enough reason? We can get Daryl a different way. Doing this seems like the stupidest way to get Daryl. To be frank.
Can we do it quickly?
I do have to ask, what other ways do we have to go get Daryl?
Not, I think, easier than doing exactly what Brando wants.
Unfortunately, if Brando realizes that we are not doing what he desires, then Daryl has no value. And also, if there is might and power in this place, it is only a matter of time that somebody else chooses to find it or Brando finds another way to find it.
Well, we know Brando already knows how to get there. He just wants us to clear the way, make it easier.
That
Does
just doesn't
Brando
track
know
with me.
where the Bandy Wallop is?
The rat.
So,
I drew like 8 different
right.
paths there. Probably watched the whole
So we
thing.
can't trick him.
It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense to me. I still don't know why he needs us specifically to do this. If he knows how to get there, he would just go there. Some way.
Maybe the compass is a key? I don't know.
He
The
could
whole-
take the compass.
The whole place is underwater, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe it's got to come back up. I don't know.
Zach, when did you hear about this divine spark?
Just now, I think.
From who?
No way.
Who
Demetrius.
is?
Is something right yet?
Okay. And who are they?
People from Anlusa, I guess. I think they're in the compass.
Ancient souls.
I need help.
And they need you to lead us there.
Yeah.
To stop Brando from getting the spark. Did they tell us what to do with it once we have it?
They said that whoever it's meant for will know.
All right, everyone. Hat is tilted down. None of you signed up for this, and she's signing this. Fast, quick. I'm going to allow, on our trip to the north, to anyone who would like to step off the ship, a chance to disembark safely. None of you signed up for this. But given what we have given with little information, this is a serious matter. And she looks at Heldren, looks back to the group, and signs. I was once told that if I want to fight and make waves, I have to go to the sea. This is bigger. There are people who have been erased. Like the 171 Wood Elves who were murdered by the Navy. Our own people have been erased. Do you remember their names? I do. Byron Kragglegladel, Gerhardt, Maxine Ansel Hesper. These names are ours. And no matter who writes them or how they write this tale, I will make sure that they are remembered. She turns to Zachariah, takes off her hat, and says, I cannot lead a group of people into this. If I go with you, I will not be your captain. I will be your friend.
Thank you. Laura.
If I may, Captain. One of the deckhands step up. An orc man, Armando. He goes, but I think I speak for everyone when I say this is exactly what we signed up for. And there's a low like yeah from the crowd. And another one, a halfling, another deckhand, Nellie makes her way up. She goes, "When we stepped on the ship, we made a blood oath. Says that we will forever be the Blackguards." And you see that there's a resounding like agreement. Like yeah. And he just and one more person comes up, Jermaine. A human man. All these nameless NPCs that are just hanging in the background are now stepping up. And it just goes, "What kind of pirates would we be? Just if we were to trail off at the start of a very great adventure and abandon our captain, and when she needs us most, just we're Blackguards to the very end." And with that, like people begin stamping their feet. Not one set of feet isn't moving. This resounding agreement. Well, I will say that Captain Orr, when you gave the suggestion in the first place, you were there was looks of like muted like shock, and there were some looks of like almost like like they were offended. Like, how dare you? How dare you give someone an off when they have devoted themselves to someone as great as you, as great as this idea of freedom? And it beats around you like a fast beating heart. The real heart of the Blackguards, this idea, it beats on the ship around you as you hear your crew cheer and just whoop and yell.
I would like to look at each member of the inner circle, starting with One-Eye Jane.
I look at the energy on the ship, and I'm definitely stamping my feet along with it. And I'll do like a little salute to you and say, "I fought a dragon before, and he was a real dick. Let's do it again."
Is that how you lost your eye?
Yes.
I always knew it.
I look to Daphne.
Daphne has been thinking a lot new information. And then she sees you looking at her and she just goes, "Well, of course. I just need to figure out how we're not going to die." She's still thinking about it.
I'll make sure of it. I look to Humphrey.
Well, he also is also part of the stomping choir. Loyal until the bitter end. I'll be there until my last breath.
Such a night.
And let's be honest, without me, you guys would be just fucked.
Dead.
I don't know what you guys would be eating.
She looks to Clarence.
I followed you through so much worse. I followed you through clouds of blood, through blood, through smoke, through shit. Goes, my own bones ache. I'm losing my hearing. But That's, I suppose, the price you pay when you follow something you really believe in, and you want to protect it, and you want to nurture it, and you want to see it all the way through. I'm a pretty religious person, Captain, and I pray a lot. But I don't think there's anything I worship more than I worship what we have built all here together. And I am going to make sure that everyone here is going to make it through. I'm with you all the way to the very end.
Until we can die on that nice, sweet, grassy knoll together.
With the sun hanging over us, so we can look at it and remember all the good times we had.
And she looks to Hilgen, and she doesn't sign. But in his head, he'll hear, I can't leave anyone behind. Because I know what it feels like to be found. If you're going to be mad at me, you only have yourself to blame for that.
Hilgen is leaning on the rail by the helm, and crewmate just handling the helm for now as he's just leaning, as he's been watching the whole thing, hearing everybody. He's just still leaning there and looking at her. The speech and dimensions of his fallen elf comrades still resounding, and his face at first is unreadable as he hears her in his mind, and there's a shift from that to slight concern, then consideration, and he looks at her first seriously when she talks about being angry about himself, and he signs as he says, I am furious, and then he slightly smiles, and he just adds, he signs, let's make some waves.
This, she will grab a hat, put it, actually, she'll hold the hat out to Daphne. And she will sign to everyone, Blackguards, my comrades, my friends, my family. I took this position long ago. Hilgen and Clarence were kind enough to go along with me. But we do not take here. It is earned. And so I ask you, my friends, I leave it to you. Would you do me the ultimate honor? The greatest joy of my life. Something I should have never been gifted. Would you entrust me to be your captain? I ask this of all of you.
Fuck yeah! And there's like the padding. The ship's actually like shaking.
Are we still doing that thing where we trade roles every week? Is this? Do we have to say that every week when we
We
get
never did that.
it? We
I was
And you will
Before
see.
we get too much further away from it,
I thought it was just going back and forth between Jane and her.
Timmy, when everyone started to like stomp their feet, I actually wanted to look if someone was just starting to stomp because of everyone else around them, or if there was a person that only stomped because of the people around them, or if there was like everyone inertly stomped from their own motivation, from themselves.
It is a bit.
I'm looking for the rat.
It's a bit difficult.
We already had it.
I'll say it's a bit difficult. Because it's a lot of people, and you're searching for like a split second reaction. But like, I'll go ahead and give me an insight check, but the DC is like really high. But
I
yeah,
like
people,
those words.
yeah, but people
like
are
those
people are
odds.
stomping. People are throwing their hats in the air.
Would you say that includes detecting lies?
Throw it on there. Yeah, let's say yes.
I'm waiting for the person to be like, oh, and then they start stomping as well. Come on! 26!
Oh, the DC was 25, baby!
Oh,
Let's go!
Okay.
It's a mix. It's a mixture, and like, if you ever been to a theater before, like people clap and it's like, oh wait, I should clap too. It could be that. It is dotted throughout, like, people like sort of initially like stomping, and then another group starts like, oh yeah, we should start doing it. But it's like groups of people dotted throughout the the crowd. I will say that the only one of the only people that you don't see doing it is Brooke. She's just like, but that's just who she is as a person. She does start like snapping her fingers though, along with everyone.
Snaps.
Okay. Among those people starting later, was there Ordelia?
Oh, yes, Ordelia's there, but she is like jubilant. She's like clapping, and when people started stomping, she was like, oh, and she starts stomping too. Like
Cordelia started late because she was writing the entire speech down.
She is writing things down. She's having
Clapping
a
with her
blast.
feet.
But you can tell, like, with your 26 insight, you can tell that she's just having an absolute blast. That she's like reverent of what's going on.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Hey, we're gonna keep that 26 insight though. All right, we're gonna keep it in the gun. All right. So I'll tell you information when it comes. That 26
All right.
insight is staying. It's too good to let it go with that one. We're gonna keep it there.
Okay.
Thank
you.
You're constantly keeping an eye out.
Well, I have my nose for trouble as well, which means that if we were to fail the insight check, I can actually use my inspiration to get the information
What else do you
from
have?
inside.
What else do you have?
You want thingamabobs? You want
got
thingamabobs? I got plenty.
Like I asked Victor, like, oh, tell me everything you have, and he handed me the entire Level Up Advanced 5th edition like book, the whole thing.
He has a feat
Pretty
where he's
much.
actually the co-DM.
The code.
He just knows.
I will say, like, after that, the jubilation, the uproar, immediately you hear a voice cut through, and of course his voice is really distinct. You hear Roland go. Says, "You guys came back with supplies, right? Where are the fucking drinks? Come on!"
Oh my god, it's the first day, and I just started like putting out bottles.
People are snatching it right up. Yeah.
And I also say, like, swept up in the moment. I don't know if the captain will kill me, but I do throw her up in the air for, like, a hip hip hooray moment.
Oh, or it like flies like a flying
The ship.
squirrel. Like
And because it's One-Eyed Jane, overboard.
You forgot her
we're
photo.
walking, it's fine. Yeah.
As I give out the bottles, I take one for myself, and as I like, to the captain,
To the captain!
and then
The captain!
Our
The
sides,
captain.
fuck that. To us.
To the Blackguards!
to us, to the Blackguards.
Fear the freedom at our hearts! Fear the Blackguards!
Navigator Helmsland, chart a court so that we may reenact the story of old. I think the Blackguards should have some fun. With the dragon, no less.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye,
As you take your drinks, and everyone gets together, and Daphne, it's like, this is not the time to do all this. Like we
Get
might
back
be
to repairs, please.
fucking rolling.
like people should be repairing stuff, and maybe we shouldn't be loud because we just had like a ship battle, but no, everyone's like
Nah.
going
fuck
off
it.
and
They are,
doing their
if
thing.
people My reasoning is if people are gonna find us, they're gonna find us. Fuck it.
Okay, we both.
It's good for
yeah.
morale.
Very quickly, I'll say for this. Let's see. Daphne. Real quick. This is important. Where are you right now? Where are you going to go? Are you going to go below deck and start getting people to repair the ship?
Probably, but she is doing the detect magics and everything. Again, she's gonna want to make her rounds after she does, like, let people breathe a bit, and then do this, do that. You know.
Okay. Yes, I'm gonna get to you in a bit. But for now, for everyone else, the alcohol is spread out. This happens a lot on the ship when there's a cause for celebration. People drink, people sing songs. They sit in circles on top of the deck. They start like fires and barrels, and they warm up around it. It becomes like this place becomes a floating festival ground in an instant. This crew is really good at doing that. But a tradition that happens, and maybe a tradition that happens is that Clarence gets people to sing, and Roland is always the one who provides the instrument accompaniment. He makes his own songs. As everyone's on top of the ship, you see Roland, who becomes like a celebrity basically when a party is happening. Just goes, all right, everyone, shh.
How beat up is he? How beat up is he?
You actually do see that he is swollen really bad on the right half of his face, but he still has a smile on his face. In the very in the very center part of the ship where there's a large circle, you see like multiple people gathered drinking. Roland is at the crown of the circle, and he has a lute, and he goes, all right, everyone, I've written a song for the strongest one out of all of us.
Brooke?
Brooke, who is sitting in the circle, just immediately looks up a bit, and and she shrinks because so many people are looking at her.
Leave her alone.
Right, Roland? It's about Brooke.
I think you'll get it when the song begins to start. But we're going to go around the circle, and you guys are going to go ahead and add your own lyrics. I think you'll get it soon. I think you'll get the gist soon enough. And he begins stomping his foot in rhythm, like, beat, and he waits for everyone else to go along. And he goes, all right. Sailing the ocean, she's every fool's bane. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Cross her, and you'll witness acts most profane. And you see people are picking it up. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. And he points downwards. And you see the person next, just an NPC, just stands up and goes, a genius, I heard. She invented new levels of pain. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. And it goes around a circle. Get in her way, and she'll put you in your lane. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. And it keeps going. You'll stay out of her way if you have half a brain. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Don't even draw your sword. It'll all be in vain. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. It keeps going until it comes around, and you see it's coming around to Brooke. The person before Brooke goes, the limits of man, for her there are no restraints. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. And he goes again, he goes, the strongest of us all, may long be her reign. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Everyone's saying that. It's a sea shanty. But But when it comes to, Brooke, she looks up and you see everyone's looking at her and everyone's stopping their feet, and there's that pressure that she usually shrinks away from. And she just goes, she clears her throat. And as soon as she clears her throat, a silence befalls everyone. She's not running away. It seems like she's thinking. And she just goes, I fought her once before. And really, she was quite tame. And a whisper, beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. I had her on the ground, beaten. And to that, she has no refrain. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Accosted by gunmen, she set a building aflame. She went back into the blaze to grab some coin, which is really quite insane. I had to go back and save her so she wouldn't become a stain. But at the end of the day, I've proven that one-eyed Jane is plain. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Beware the watch of one-eyed Jane. Beware.
Does the rest of the crew just start doing diss tracks the rest of the way around the circle?
It seems like they just decided that's the end. They're just
Okay.
wrapping it up. And with that, Brooke just stands up, and she looks at you, one-eyed Jane, and she gives you this look. And she walks away. She goes looks for Daphne to go do work around the ship.
I will try to cut her off before she gets to Daphne. I'll like try to slip out.
Mm. Okay. As you slip out, you know, a laughter shared around everyone as, you know, a fine song about one-eyed Jane. That's when Roland goes, all right, everyone, you all know this one. There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword, and and that's a popular song on the ship. They start singing that as one-eyed Jane, you leave the party to go be with to go cut off Brooke.
I'm going to say, as I'm heading out, that Hilgen has been this whole time at the helm, making sure that everything is functioning properly and keeping an eye on everything, especially since they were tracked last time. So he's going to be extra cautious throughout this silent time of his, as his avatar has to depart.
Gotcha.
Oh.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye, Victor. See you next week.
See you next week, everybody. I can't wait.
Bye. Stay safe. Bye-bye. You will tear, you will sit down.
What giant plot drop are we gonna do? What as soon as he leaves this time?
It always
Right.
happens when he's gone.
He saves it for the end.
Before one-eyed Jane heads off, Aura's gonna toss a rhyme her way, and in her head she'll hear, although Raylan Creston and she may be one and the same, beware the watch of one-eyed Jane.
And I'll just look at you, and I'll tip my head to you.
And I'll tap the eye, wink, and then go to talk to Zachariah.
Yeah, and then I will go to try to cut off Brooke, and I'll put my hand on her shoulder. You know, fighting with you, you continue to impress me, I will say.
I must admit, you have some pretty unusual tactics, or whatever you'd call them. I mean, when I had you on the ground, you started saying really weird things.
That you're beautiful.
It tricked me the first time. Not this time.
You know, we might die. Fighting dragons or divine beings. But I'll tell you a secret. They might say I'm the strongest one on the ship. But I think that honor goes to you.
She shakes it off. She goes, for someone so strong, this tactic of flustering someone is pretty unbecoming. This flattery and lies are not gonna work on me.
It's not a lie.
She realizes.
I'm flirting with you.
She thinks about the beautiful thing. You like the moment you say I'm flirting with you, like she's already like, you see that she's already like realizing about the "you're beautiful" comment and stuff. She thought that was just like a trick, but now as she's slowly beginning to realize, she looks at you, like her eyes quickly dart from side to side, and looks you right in the eye, with like a "are you serious" kind of like face. And you see she's actually like red is starting to color her cheeks. And she just turns and she walks very fast.
I'll just call out after her. I'm a patient woman. And I love the chase. Jane, that was not your best line, and I'll just walk back to the group.
That's really the first time you've ever seen Brooke really flustered where she fled. And with that, we go to Daphne.
I will say, as she is gathering people to work from, you know, when they could be having fun, this is not characteristic of Daphne, but she is going to note who does, and she wants to plan to, since they just restocked, to try to get, like, their favorite food or snack or something for them, because she just doesn't, it's not characteristic of her at all, but
Daphne!
she's like everyone else is celebrating and then these people are actually working, and she's, I guess, feeling a certain way.
You see, the celebrations are happening above, but like people down here, they have their drinks and they're laughing and they're working, but you are abiding by them very well and being very considerate. As you are like and taking notes down and just like very successfully like getting people's preferences. There is a tap on your shoulder.
Turns.
Usually Brooke just kind of appears behind you and says your name, but this is the first time she's tapped you on the shoulder. She's kind of a little fidgety.
Are you okay? You look like you ran here.
She's a little fidgety with her hand. She just goes, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
What's wrong?
No, I forgot what I was going to say. Real quick, you fought a lot of battles with stupid people before, right?
Plenty. Most of the time the stupid person dies, but...
Yeah, but this person, they're really bad at dying, but they should be good at dying because they're stupid. But like, what I'm trying to say is, have any of them ever said weird things to you in the middle of you fighting them?
She kind of looks at Brooke. Why?
Sorry. Has any of them ever said something really stupid, a lie that's like, you're beautiful, to try and throw you off track?
I can't say I've heard that one. This sounds very specific.
It's from a book I've read.
A book?
But anyways, that's not important. I came here to ask you if
Is this about what happened the other day? I didn't see what happened. I just the end.
One-eyed Jane's been very confusing. I
mean, she is.
I can see through her lies. Those are flimsy enough as it is, but I don't know, she's been saying a lot of weird things to me lately. And I don't quite understand. And I thought that you would know better than me.
I can't say that I do. I think you should trust your judgment, though. You're smart.
I don't... The reason why I'm asking is because I've never had anyone talk to me like that before. And I don't know what it's like to receive those kinds of words. I don't know what to do with them. But I suppose I'll just figure it out.
One-eyed Jane told you you're beautiful, and now you're confused.
Well, she also said a couple other stupid things.
Daphne's kind of shocked that she's telling her all this more than anything.
She called me beautiful, and then she called me the strongest, which isn't right. She threw a big guy off the side of a ship. And also she's... I just don't know. She says they're not a lie. She wasn't lying.
Wow. It's not like... It's not like people becoming closer for whatever reason is unheard of, especially stuck on a ship together. Just maybe keep it to yourself. Should you do anything?
I just thought she hated me. Was all. And I hated her too, but... Can you tell me what to do? She picks up a hammer. Here.
She is... I can't say I know her very well, but I never got the impression she hated you.
She makes a face at that.
I mean, you
she's
were
strangely
competing with each other, weren't you?
Competing? No. Yes. She says, yes, I was.
That doesn't... I mean, sure, people compete with each other when they don't like each other, but I feel like it's more likely when they actually want to impress the other person in some way. over there. Still needs more help.
I'm on it. This is the most emotive and confused you've ever seen Brooke.
Yeah, she's just kind of shocked.
And she came to you with everything.
Yeah.
And she just walks away, hammer in hand.
Sorry, Brooke, I'm not. She doesn't say this, but I'm not the person to ask about relationship advice. Goodness.
In Brooke's mind, it's just like, you are the smartest person. I'll just go to you. I was going to you already. Before we continue on, is there anything else anyone wants to do?
Or I wanted to check in real quick with Zach.
Okay.
Oh no, but let Kev go first.
No, I also want to check in with Zach, but you go first.
Oh wait, no, hold on. You go.
Together.
You together.
I also want to check in with Zach. I'm kidding.
Oh, I need to check in with Zach real quick.
Do you want it to be one-on-one, Kev? Because if you want, you go first.
No.
Okay.
It's fine. We can go together.
Okay.
Alright.
Now she'll see
So-
Humphrey and she'll try to pick Humphrey's pocket for toffee while they're walking
Yeah, Humphrey
over.
just drinks and, like, not even looking, just grabs the hand. Nope. It's in the bag of holding. Can't reach it.
Shit, I'm too small.
Real quick, as you're holding it up. As you're holding up, and Clarence sees it. He looks at you, Aura. He goes, "What word, when you add 2 letters to it, becomes shorter?"
Aura flips around and goes, "Hold that thought. We have to talk to Zachariah."
And he just goes,
Never
"Short."
fun, is it?
And he just goes, he goes, "Short."
Oh,
puts it-
fuck you!
And
Flips him off.
he laughs and he drinks. Okay. And
I'll throw Aura like a toffee. Like a
Hey!
just one to new one. And at that point, also, Humphrey stops drinking and puts his bottle back into the bag of holding. And with Aura in tow, he approaches Zachariah and just says, "Hey there, so this person called me beautiful." No, okay, I'm kidding.
As Zachariah looks up from his book, the whole party and that whole song, he was pulling an Ordelia and just writing down, like, all of the lyrics, and just everything that's been happening on the ship.
Humphrey kind of hunkers down next to you. Like, doesn't really meet your eyes, but just, like, kind of sits next to you. Grabs, like, some dried meat from the bag of holding and, like, here, before you forget.
Ah! How do you keep... Okay.
Sorry.
I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, I'll leave them here. Just one thing I wanted to ask in case, because I don't know how the next days will go. Your partner, Daryl, was it?
Yeah.
What's his favorite food?
Oh! Oh!
We didn't really have a lot growing up, so
Can be anything. We're fully stocked.
we were big on leftovers.
Okay, we have plenty of that, but
Yeah. Just a big vegetable guy.
okay.
We didn't have a lot of, like, fresh vegetables growing up.
Do you mind if I combine
He's
that
also
with
not big on
something-
meat.
Okay.
He likes
but
animals a lot.
It
So.
kind of fits with what I had in mind. Do you mind if I combine that with something that I wanted to cook for a long time?
Sure.
Nice. It'll be a Castell special.
Aww. Aura knows who that is. And she just gives you a small smile.
All right. Do you wanted to talk to him too, right? That was everything I had.
Oh, hi, Captain. Aura, Captain. Which do you prefer now?
She has a big smile on her face and she goes, "Well, Zach, look what you've done." And her arm gestures to the merrymaking. Did you know? The smallest ripples can often create the largest waves.
Oh, it's a metaphor, not a riddle. Okay. Yes.
You were asked whether your love for your partner was enough. Tell me. And she looks at everyone. And back to you. Does that look like it's enough?
Yeah.
I didn't ask
Lucked
you.
out.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know if... Do you know that you guys were the first ship I tried?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how I got there. I just kind of wound up on the port. And...
Oh, well, I honestly, if I'm going to be quite honest, your shirt was unbuttoned, and that's what first draws to you as a candidate. I don't want that to taint the memory that we're sharing right now. But
fair.
I'm just throwing it out
You
there.
wouldn't be the first.
For me,
So
it was
that's all.
comparison. The person before that was Roland, and so it was like a level up.
Oh.
So it was
he's-
kind of like,
yeah.
You know what? Roland puts a lot of effort into his community theater performances, all right? And I think
That
we
is
need to
true.
respect the shows that he puts on and entertains the crew. He is a lovely young man.
Yeah. He has a redeeming quality.
In the background, you hear, "How does a bastard orphan son of a..."
I don't think I need to write that one down.
He's a brilliant writer, actually. Vocals are a little questionable, but his writing's fantastic.
That's true. I feel like he and Daryl would get
pitchy.
along.
And
Daryl's a
then-
writer too, so.
And Aura has this big smile on her face as she signs. I didn't get a chance to ask you. Would you mind, Zach?
What was the question?
She looks up at her hat.
I just slowly reach over and take it. Was that the question?
She goes, "No, but I like this better.
Oh, okay.
You're captain now. I'm gonna go get fucked." And she's gonna go
Cool.
find some
Daphne,
liquor.
we're changing the name of the ship.
As you said, you're changing the name of the ship. For some reason, but there's no question. It's like, "Yeah, let's go, Captain!" and pointing at you. And then you hear one voice in the back go, "Oh shit, he's here!" And you hear like the voice roiling. It's like, "He's here! Oh my god, he's arriving!" There's like this loud like voice, and you're like, everyone's like this tension being built up, and then you see like the crowd beginning to part, and then you see walking through the crowd a small orange tabby cat, pound cake, who's everyone's like, "Oh, cat!" And he just kind of like lays on his back to wait for someone to start rubbing.
It's like that one dog at a party, like at a house party.
Humphrey, I'm captain now. Bring him to me.
I'm so glad I'm not there right now.
Kip's face.
What are you doing, Humphrey?
aye, Captain.
And this
It
feels
goes
good.
over.
You are the puppet master. Humphrey moves because you told him to. This is crazy. Humphrey, you go over to you go over to Pound Cake, who's having his belly rubbed by 1,000 people, and you pick him up. He looks at you, all the trust in the world and love in his eyes as you pick him up.
All right, let's get you. Come here, little one. And I'll bring him over to Zachariah.
And he rubs his head against your cheeks.
All right. Then we get your food.
Yeah. Food. I
It's
agree.
next to you. I put it there
Oh.
before.
Thank you.
Look to your left.
Something to wash it down? Yeah, sure. Here.
I just kind of like lock eyes with you.
Anything else?
Feed me.
All right, you're over.
Okay, this is too much. Here, I put the hat back on Aura's head.
She's gone.
Oh, never mind.
It's just
Yeah,
us.
she's getting fucked up.
Okay, I'm getting on that one. I'm I'm just trying. Wow. Okay. I feel powerful.
You have a boyfriend.
Well, I meant the food. What did you think?
All right. I got stuff to do.
I wanted to be fed grapes and stuff.
Yeah, I gotta go.
You hear?
Okay.
You hear? Zachariah, you hear? We'll do it. As you look and you see the 2 kobolds ready.
Leaves and butthead.
For some reason, one of them already has like a leaf fan.
Okay. Fine. All right.
That is
I'm here for it.
that is a man with 10 days to live. Oh, that I.
And that, oh, yeah.
Man with 10 days
As
to
I-
live.
As I walk away, I'm looking for Armand.
Armand.
Armand Haas.
Armand, you would probably surmise he's one of the people who he's the main fixer-upper of the ship. You head below deck to find where you would, of course you would find him. He is a one-man working crew. He is repairing like a huge hole in the ship. He's very diligent in his work. But you see him in the middle of fixing like a big hole in the ship.
All right. I'll just like tap him on the shoulder. Well, I wait until he's like finished with like the big stuff, and then as soon as there's like a point in time where he's not doing anything, I'll tap him on the shoulder. Or like I cough really loud so people don't get scared.
Okay. You see, he's such a diligent and fantastic worker. Armin Haas is this really a dark skinned man. He has and a really big like toothy smile and large glasses. What his right arm is actually like a prosthetic arm that he fashioned for himself. And for the crew members who have prosthetic limbs on this ship, he's probably made it for them and maintains them for them.
Oh my god, him and Dennis would be buddies.
Yeah, they would. But Armin, as soon as he's like wiping his feet and he's looking at the work he's done, and he has, of course, a big smile on his face as you cough loudly. He jumps only a little bit, but no like yell as he looks towards you. He goes, "Oh, Humphrey, sorry I didn't see you there."
Don't worry, it happens to everyone. I have a question for you.
Yeah, anything you need.
Now, I'll like pull out a dagger from like my boot, and I just kind of swirl it on my finger. So, you were all about like enchanting stuff, you know, repairing things and making it better. You think you could make me one of those returning things that when I throw it, it comes back to me?
Oh, easy. Yes, of course.
Oh, that would be lovely.
I can have that for you by tomorrow morning.
All right, how much do you need?
No, nothing. Don't worry about it.
You sure?
Yes. Yeah,
All
of
right.
course.
As you wish. Thank you very much. I might come up to you later for something else, but that's it for now.
I've got I've got a real quick question for you, Humphrey.
Sure.
Real quick. Did you get into any? Did you get into any little scuffles while you were out on the pardon?
Not on the pardon.
Not on the pardon.
Yeah, we had a little kerfuffle on Aelores. Is that right?
Yes.
We were on Aelores, right? Yeah.
Yes.
On Aelores. We got ambushed. There were people shooting in a casino. Whole town was burning after that was finished. It was crazy.
How long were you guys there? Goodness.
Like 30 minutes. It was crazy. Well, yeah, it went down really quick. We split up for gathering resources, and all of a sudden, I think Jane got attacked inside a warehouse. And Clarence and I met like a weird person. Didn't attack us though, but we heard the gunshots, and we made our way there. Yeah. I got
like
one guy really good. He didn't see it coming. Like,
they never do.
gone in the flash. That is true.
Because it seems like wherever you guys go, events just kind of always happen. Well, like, you guys are very terribly interesting people, is what I'm saying. But the reason why I was asking is because Pardon didn't get damaged at all, right?
No, the pardon is fine.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, there's some splinters in the common room. That's from Jane interrogating that one person. You know, great sword and all, but just minor scratches.
I wouldn't
nothing
want to
big.
mess with Jane. I mean, did you hear that song out there?
Yeah. They kind of, they kind of skipped me. Well, you were downstairs. Doesn't matter.
Says, did people see you?
Maybe. I don't know.
What
I was sitting right next to them.
What would you have said?
Oh gosh, I wrote it down somewhere. Where is it? Jeez. Oh. You know, where everyone was like, it was like, I don't remember the other rhymes, but it was something along the lines of the brand new Rustnauts, Captain's Bane, and then beware the watch of One-Eyed Jane.
Beware the watch of One-Eyed Jane. He does the thing.
Yeah, I planned it in my head for like 2 minutes and then it didn't come up.
Well, Captain. Captain, here's what I want you to do. They ever start singing the song again? You bring me along, and no one's ever gonna skip you.
That's very nice of you. Thank you.
And also, I want to ask you a favor.
Sure.
Do you know how to steer a ship?
Well, you should ask Hilgen about that. I just had the steering wheel for like an hour before.
I was
Kitchen
going to ask One-Eyed Jane because I heard that she steered a ship all by herself through a storm created by a god.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, she told me about that.
I don't want to tell Hilgen this little secret project that I was cooking up. Because Hilgen's very scary. And I want to surprise Captain Aura, and also Daphne would say no.
So, do you want lessons from me? How can I help you?
Can you drive? Okay, so I've been working on the pardon for a few months now, and I'm really close to making it into an airship.
Oh.
But I don't know how
Okay.
I don't know how to drive a boat. If tomorrow morning, under the secrecy of everyone, when everyone's sleeping, I was wondering if you could help me
Yes.
test drive.
Yes.
Yes?
We can make that happen.
All right. It's just
Don't
gonna
know how good that'll be in the future.
It's just gonna be you, me. I'll probably bring One-Eyed Jane along, because her expertise with everything in general, and also the kobolds.
Okay, you sure about the kobolds?
They've been helping me the whole entire time, so.
Oh, okay. And it's already functional. It can already fly.
I put the ley lines on there already. It has the same makeup as a Solarian Empire airship. I just had to funnel. I just had to mimic a wind elemental gem and get things working. I have everything I need. I just need to put it on, and the thing is going to fly.
My gosh, you're a genius. This is amazing. Like, you'll save our asses. This is incredibly helpful against what we're going to face in the future. Yes, I'll definitely help you with that. And I've seen enough of Hilgen steering and stuff, and I think I can do it. Can help you out.
I'm scared.
Thank you, Humphrey. He goes. And he's always very amicable. He takes your hand already. Doesn't offer his hand away for you to hand it. He takes your hand and takes you by the shoulder and kind of shakes you a bit. He's very youthful and he's so happy. And he just goes, just like everyone else up there, I'll do anything for this gang.
You're a good guy. I'll take out another bottle of rum from the bag of holding and here, share it with the others downstairs.
He takes it. He looks at it. Is this water?
No, it's rum.
Nope. I can't drink this. It dulls the senses.
Okay. Anything else I can bring you? You guys are working diligently.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll get something myself after I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of course. Remember, 5 a.m. in the morning.
All right.
Uh-oh.
And I'll make my way back up without a drink in hand, just.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Can I do one more thing before the night is over?
Yeah.
So when there's in the throes of celebration, I want to kind of slip off for a moment. And Shane's a little bit tipsy at this point, feeling really good, maybe a little bit emotional. And she's gonna try to find a quiet part of the ship, if it's possible.
Yeah, probably the barge.
Yeah, so she'll go there. And she is gonna pray. And she's gonna just close her eyes, put her hands together, a little bit drunk. And she speaks in Draconic. Okay. Haven't done this in a while. Hello there, dear. It's me. I know you don't usually answer to anything I ever say to you, and that's usually how gods work. I finally... I'm happy. And I know... I still don't know whether you're a curse to me or a blessing, but if you're listening, I could really use some guidance into how to survive. I mean, people are talking about dragons and gods and stuff, and you're a god, so maybe you can give me, just a servant, some tips. Maybe, you could smite down Brando or my family, just bare minimum stuff. I'm not asking for riches or anything, or like even, like freedom or anything like that. Just like you could just keep an eye out for me. I would really appreciate that. And she'll kind of like be tearing up a little bit and like get a hold of herself. Well, pleasure as always. Great talking to you.
Roll me a D100.
Okay.
I love when this happens.
51.
You gain an inspiration point. Could be just you. Just getting your emotions out. Could be just you. Yeah. Down here in the barge, all by yourself, song, distant. Your words came out. They went somewhere.
Gods, what are they good for? And then I'll go back up to the ship and get drunk.
As you're heading back up, someone bumps into you as you're it's crowded, but someone bumps into you, and you hear, "Oh, excuse me, sorry." As you see a woman, she's a very pale, like, tiefling woman who you did not see on the ship before. You feel she's dressed rather nicely, white dress gloves and very like she's dressed to go to like a bar, like very puffy, like white hair. And she just it's like you're in like the doorway to go to the barge, so it's only the two of you, but you see like people behind her. She just goes, excuse me, this way to the bottom.
Yeah, do you want me to escort you down?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go. Your name?
That's a tough one.
Actually, you know what? I understand that sentiment.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
I want to talk to the first mate as well. Do you know where she is?
Yeah, I can go get her. Can I ask? I mean, she's so busy, so I need to tell her who is calling upon her, requesting her presence.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. She'll know.
She'll know.
She'll just know.
She'll just know.
And you can come along too. I heard what you saying. I heard what you were saying down there.
Oh, did you?
I'll wait. And she moves past you.
You guys probably hear a kind of a shout come from up on the deck. I now proclaim both of you first mates.
Oh no.
The two kobolds are like, yes.
Is Humphrey still also downstairs somewhere?
We can say yes, for certain.
Okay. Would he notice that different person on the ship that no one seen
You
before?
are going to have to give me a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah, in the chat, I've got money on Daphne's
Where are my
Patreon.
stats? Oh, there. Perception. Would this be scent based if it's a new person?
Scent face.
Scent face.
I'm sorry.
that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. 21.
Here's what you noticed, Humphrey. Let me tell you exactly what you noticed. One of the people was working on the ship. you are going to head back up. You're just done talking with Armand. This person has been working like alone. They had like a little like newspaper cap on, and they were just nailing away. You turn to walk. It's just business as usual. But then as you turn around, you witness One-Eyed Jane like opening the door to the barge about to head up. This person gets up, the very smallest motion, grabs the tip of her hat, and suddenly their entire form just very quietly just shifts. Just like that. So effortless. Effortless.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And walks to bump into One-Eyed Jane. There's that brief exchange, and then she heads down into the barge.
Okay. I follow them stealthily. A little bit of a distance, so I can hear what they're saying.
All right. And One-Eyed Jane, you're gonna go get Daphne?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like watch them walk away for a moment and just kind of like, to not panic everybody, I'm just gonna do like a speed walk of like, I'm not suspicious, I'm still fine.
Why is she speed walking? I'm kidding. No one does that. Yeah, you speed walk to go try and find Daphne.
Hey,
Yeah, you find her.
Daphne, Daphne, you need to, I'm just gonna put my arm around you and just start pulling you away. You need to come with me, there's a creepy lady requesting your presence.
Who?
She said you would know who she is. She's dressed really nicely and she has white fluffy hair.
Daphne,
Is she not?
you feel the heat inside of your body just a moment. It blooms for a moment. And you have Eldritch Blast, right?
No.
Okay.
I have Eldritch Scythe.
As soon as One-Eyed Jane says like, "Oh, you know who she is," and you're like, "No, I don't." You feel the tinge of like magical energy at your fingertips crackle for a moment, involuntarily.
She still has her detect magic up. Is there anything that she notices?
Through everything,
Aside from that?
through everything, like all the magic already happening on the ship. Someone's like doing like illusory spells on the top deck, and for some reason, like a lot of the magic spiked when Zachariah was deeming someone as a new first mate. You're beginning to realize that maybe that doesn't correlate with what's going on at the top. There is illusory magic.
Okay. But One-Eyed Jane is real.
Yeah, she's real.
Okay.
She's the realest one.
All right, be cautious.
I just put my fists up. Always.
And I head that way.
I'm following.
I'm already there.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like, all according to plan.
the unknowing third party of Humphrey following along.
I feel like he's doing it super nonchalantly, like right behind her, but like exactly in the same pace that she steps, he's also stepping. And when she turns around, he's also like turning like with her. It's like a whoop, and then just like continuing.
I will have to say, not competing with Daphne or One-Eyed Jane, but give me a self check.
I love those. Watch me fuck it up now. I've been getting too cocky.
Japanese patron's gonna be like, fuck you.
Gonna get pegged down a bit. Dexterity. Wait, what's my specialty?
I didn't
Anonymity.
write anything about my patron.
Which is
That
the
wouldn't-
problem with Tim.
That wouldn't include anonymity, I guess. Anonymity is only when I'm like trying to be someone else or be not Humphrey. 36 anyway. Don't worry.
Fails.
Not 19.
No one has ever said to a 36 before. Sorry, you.
DC was 40.
Well, I could do it if it's anonymity. Maybe.
Well, yeah, I would say that succeeds. You follow them down into the barge with Daphne and One-Eyed Jane. You are both tentative, just carefully stepping down. You see, as you're making your way down the steps, you see that this person. I'll say for you, Daphne. You also see this person, a white tiefling, dressed very nicely, in like spotless clothing, heels and like a coiffed white hair and like a necklace and white dress gloves. She's prepared like a very like this had to have suddenly appeared. You've taken stock before. You've never seen this table before. You've never seen these chairs. You never seen you have never seen the fancy glassware in front of her. You have never seen the bottle of wine of Humphrey. You have never seen the bottle of wine that she's pouring into
Are they illusions?
2 cups. They are not. The only illusion that you detect is from her. As she watches you come down, there's this very elegant smile that glides across her face.
Summon my sword. But I don't hold it, just at my side.
No need.
Who are you?
Who am I? Her finger rests between her interlocked fingers. And she just goes, I'm someone who's made a promise to you. You don't know it yet, but I'm the Cupid of things that you never got. The things that you struggle to say. The saints of the paint that was left in the pot. Every time that you fumbled, I'm the laugh in the back.
I point my sword at her. She's not putting up with this.
Daphne, I'm here to help you. Which is a surprising statement considering that I've helped you your entire life. He goes, I've made a promise, a deal. I would give your family so much power. Doing anything harmful to you would go against the deal.
Show your true form.
She steps. She sits up. And she gestures for a moment. She goes, wine. No?
She's just waiting.
She places her hands to the side of her face and digs in for a moment. And you see the magical energy beginning to like crack around her. The air around her begins to crack as she peels back. And Humphrey, you're seeing all of this. The door has closed behind you without you closing it.
Oh, my sword as soon as she starts tearing off her face.
He goes,
Ironically, Daphne's sword lowers a bit at that because she's doing what she asked.
as her face peels back, it reveals that she's a much her form begins to shiver, like shift and shape differently. She starts to actively become bigger. Where she was once like a few inches higher than you, taller than you. She is now a much bigger woman, like 9 feet tall, pure red skin, yellow eyes, large curling horns, and but still white hair. But despite that, she's still wearing fancy clothes. She's still dressed to the nines, basically. She goes, "Is that better, dear?"
Do not call me that.
Daphne, it is.
Fine.
You can call me Delphine. We do want to make up names. But honestly, you could call me whatever you want. You've been calling on me your entire life.
Can I roll insight for detecting lies?
Sure.
So I know Daphne gets what she's implying. It's just a matter of if it's true. Include specialty, yes. 23.
These circumstances are absolutely extraordinary. It's so strange. Something that has been present your whole life now given form on this on the Eustacar of all places, plainly. Not just to an audience to you, but One-Eyed Jane is here as well. But as far as you can tell, beyond, you're calm, but she's telling the truth.
She lets the sword disappear. She knows she maybe shouldn't, but to at least give the impression of a level of trust.
I always liked you more than your brother.
It's not hard.
It's very easy. But you're smart. He isn't. Sorry. Hello there, One-Eyed Jane.
Still just holding my sword. I'll look to Daphne. Is this friend or foe?
I don't know.
You know what's a little known thing about prayers, One-Eyed Jane? Because devils can hear them too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm
Okay, well, that's embarrassing that you would admit that I was praying. Daphne, don't, judge me for that. But, okay.
It's going to be very.
Why are you here?
I'll admit, Daphne. Things have been terribly droll. Terribly so. But so much interesting things have been happening up here. And I've picked up wind of something of great interest to me. Now, for me, you have a bit of my power, and you've been doing quite a lot with it. I've been keeping up with my end of the deal. But I haven't been keeping tabs on you your entire life, so I've been a bit negligent. But the reason why I'm here is simply because I want to help. Because She's her form shifts back down, so you guys can actually like look at her at eye level. She's the same form as before. She sits in the chair, and she sits down, grabbing a glass of wine. As she grabs it, you see that the wine sheens like a quick flash of like purple, and she just goes, "I want what's on Hanlusa."
Of course you do.
And you want this crew to live. You want the power. Looking at you, One-Eyed Jane. You want the power to keep what makes you happy.
Oh gosh, you're evil.
That's a bit unfair. Not every stereotype you hear about devils and the fiends are true. But look how I'm dressed. I'm pristine.
Why? Well, I guess you were trying to tell me why. You want what's on Hanlusa. You think that, at least I think, that we need help in order to not die.
I don't think that you need help. In fact, I think you're one of the most capable people I've ever sponsored. But it can't hurt to have guarantees.
What?
It doesn't seem like a fair trade to me.
I understand. I'd love to help you. I can give you a nice weapon, maybe buffer you up a little bit. Maybe give you an edge against your brother. But goodness, you don't need that. He's got enough going on his side.
I've made myself. I don't need any help now.
Get him.
Very true. But you don't want to walk divinity? Divine spark in my hands puts a lot of power in yours.
I'm not interested in power.
But you're interested in keeping this life that you've earned.
And I don't need you to do that.
You think that's true?
If you were
All that
going to go
magic
through all this
goes away.
trouble.
All that magic goes away.
Wouldn't that be going back on a deal?
You're right. Despite everything, I cannot take away anything from you. But I can add.
You should have thought this out better.
I've thought it out as much as I possibly could. Consider this a feeler. and consider the fact that I'm interested. And that if you ever call my name and you pour me a glass of wine, I'll consider arriving and speaking again. The same goes for you as well, One-Eyed Jane.
I'm good. We don't need you.
Well, until next time, then. She lifts the tablecloth and the table disappears. The glasses of wine. And as she sits up, the chair disappears as well. I'll see you too soon.
You hope.
I wish. She turns and she walks towards the end of the barge where there are no doorways. And she's gone.
I dropped my sword and turned to Daphne. I am so sorry. I just had a moment, a lapse in judgment. I'm not that religious. I didn't know that, hey, a little prayer can summon devils or demons.
Apologizing for the praying?
Yes, I feel horrible. I am never doing that again.
One-Eyed Jane. I don't think your prayer brought her here. It seems like she was seeking me out regardless.
Okay, that's makes me feel way better that I didn't summon her. And I'll put my sword away.
I'm honestly offended by that proposition.
But you guys made the right decision.
What the? Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she chose to. Sword resummoned.
What the fuck? Humphrey!
Sorry, I saw a weird person that I didn't know bumping into you. They were doing the repairs before, and then there was like illusion magic, so I just kind of sneaked in just to keep an eye out in case anything happens. Sorry. Wasn't really a moment where I could ask.
No, it's good that you're keeping such a vigilant eye.
How much do you actually see Humphrey on the ship?
Oh, well, it's a story for another time.
Mm-hmm.
Probably don't want to know.
Yeah, I really don't.
Yeah. Enough. But I try to keep my nose out of things.
No. That was
I've never...
good. Yeah.
I have never actually spoken with her or communicated with her in any way.
But
Really?
she's the patron of your powers.
Apparently. And I believe her about that.
So was it your parents then that made a deal? If you didn't do it?
I don't know every detail. It wasn't all told to me. But from the rumors and what I had gathered, before I was born, my father made a deal with a demon.
Oh,
That's why I ended up this way.
She's a very badass, by the way, I gotta say.
Most people don't feel that way, but
I mean, sometimes I wish I had horns. I could just make headbutting like a lot easier, you know?
You're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you know the drawback or what it costs? What you have to pay? There's always two sides to a contract like that.
There's nothing for me. Well, as far as I know. It's my father's deal. He didn't think it would turn out this way. The cost might have been my mother. It might have been, in some ways, me. I don't know. But I'm offended she would think that I would take that.
Yeah, who would take such a ridiculous deal? So we have Brando, your patron. Who else do you think is gonna like come to us with requests of divine power? No more, right?
Well, we've been no one from Anera yet. Seems like only a matter of time with the company we keep.
What if we like push them against each other? And
You're
while
really
they're
drunk,
battling
aren't
out,
you?
I am a little bit. I was. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. But I think there is some idea to be found in that statement. Just get them all over here fighting, right? Just everybody who's after the divine power. We put them over here while we go get it. And we never discussed what we're doing with the divine power.
That's something I was wondering too.
Yeah.
If we get it, does Zachariah become a god?
I don't know if I can handle Zachariah becoming a
Oh,
god.
yeah,
I really
baby.
don't want
Yeah,
to
the captain's hat
see
for
his
like 2
face
minutes, and
everywhere.
he already overstepped the line.
God.
Go, Squee. Go let the former first mate know that she needs to swab the decks.
I can't see him being a good god.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the gods are kind of shitty, but that's another conversation for another time.
I have a lot to think about.
It's a good thing you guys didn't choose the deal. You're plenty strong without it. Some of the strongest people I've ever met, if not the strongest.
The last thing I want is to have everything handed to me. That's how deacons lived. It won't be me.
Very good.
I'm so lucky that you guys are on the same ship with me. It's my crewmates. One-eyed Jane tears up a little bit.
We're lucky to have you. She is going to venture out just a little bit. There's a slight pause. She goes, Ambrook.
I blush. God, what a woman! She's so beautiful and strong and so, like, she's so funny and just amazing and wonderful. I'm drunk. I gotta go to sleep or something. I dream about Brooke.
Take me
I
there.
have,
Wow.
I have to, I do have to ask, and you could just answer like whatever. But like, when you tear up, do you tear up from in both eyes?
Yes.
do?
So the rest is collecting under the eye patch, yeah.
Do you
The eye patch had to get wet.
do you think that it soaks the eye patch?
You know what? One-eyed Jane is a little bit drunk. And she feels vulnerable. And so she's tearing up and she lifts up her eye patch a little bit to wipe away her tears. And you see an eye.
Daphne's not that surprised, to be honest.
No.
But
Humphrey
yeah.
also not moved at all.
How closely do you look at the eye though? That's the question.
Yeah, she definitely looks since it's there and she's never seen it.
Same. Yeah.
Well, since you guys look closer, there is something very striking. You guys would expect there's something about an eye. Like, yeah, of course, of course she has two eyes. Like, she's not the best liar. This doesn't surprise you, but like, for curiosity's sake, the both of you look at the eye, but you do notice something that's very, very striking. Embedded seemingly on the inside of her eye, that was been hidden behind the eye patch at all times, is this strange insignia. And Humphrey, Daphne, you definitely know what this is. Humphrey, this is a big part of the society that you grew up in, and Daphne, you've studied up on these. A dragon mark.
Ooh.
And for Kev's sake, because this is very big for Jenny, but dragon marks are mystical sigils, like a birthmark born on a person. Basically, they're in a bloodline that's blessed by a god and gives them gives them abilities that gives them an edge over the common folk. That is House Creston's dragon mark. Dragon
it's
mark
on the
that
eyelid,
bestows-
right? Not on the
It's
eye
in
patch.
it's in the eye.
Ah, okay.
It's part of her pupil. And this dragon mark in particular grants you immense strength. You know this. You know this off the top of your head, Humphrey.
Okay. I don't give it too much attention, or at least I don't show that I noticed. I just.
You have a dragon mark.
What? Humphrey's like, keep
slap.
it chill. Daphne's like, bitch, what?
Yeah. All right.
Slap my eye patch over my eye. Oh, what is a dragon mark?
You're right, that would be crazy.
That's
I must have just imagined it.
I didn't want to
Only,
say it, but I saw it too.
oh. I just slap my hands on both of your shoulders. Guys, you can't tell anybody that I'm Raylan Creston. It's a really big secret, okay?
I won't tell anyone.
Okay. Just like, ooh. Yeah.
Can
My
you
dad's. Yeah.
can you assure us that it doesn't come to bite us in the ass later on?
I doubt it.
I mean, there may or may not be like one or two houses after me. But everybody on this ship has powerful families after them, right?
Many of us, have a past that will come back and bite us. So, it's really of no concern to me.
Okay.
But I am a pirate, okay? Just so we all understand each other. I did grow up with sharks and was born on a full moon under the storm. And I've
You don't
fought
have
dragons
to-
and gods.
You don't have to pretend like you're a more qualified pirate or whatever than you are. You've been a pirate for the past 6 months on the greatest crew on the Riverian Ocean. That's not nothing.
One-Eyed Jane hugs you and like picks you up.
She's surprised.
Damn right! Yeah, Gribble crack.
You're being squeezed. Oh god, your thing's popping. Daphne.
Your past doesn't matter. It's now what you do with it, with your future. I was trapped in a dungeon before they picked me up. Not exactly like the pirate experience, you know?
Drop Daphne and then like hug Humphrey and pick him up. Yeah!
I let it happen.
I will say that like after these particular hugs, like both of your bodies feel numb. Like it feels awkward to walk for a bit, but you're standing.
All right.
Really
Any-
strong.
Any more secrets we should get out now? I can do the icebreaker if you guys want. So, well, I was a cook before for House Castell. People know that already. But since what Micah said, there's bounty hunters now looking out for us. And they said they want me only alive and unhurt. Which means maybe they finally figure out that I didn't poison the royal family. Which is a good thing, I guess, but...
Doesn't seem like they care to capture you then.
yeah.
They're not exactly about making amends in an era.
Oh, I don't know. It's... maybe Castell has something to do with it. So yeah. I also think I met Van Colton. If that rings any bells for you guys.
You saw him?
I think so. And I describe of what the person that I had the standoff with looked like.
Mm-hmm. The thing that gives it away, the hat. There's
Get rid of the hat.
twine wrapped around it. No, he wants them to know.
Yeah, I saw him while gathering supplies with Clarence, and I'll be honest, I think I had a bit too much of a lip, but I had to bluff. I couldn't gauge his strength. I don't know if I could have taken him or not. Do you know anything about him? Is he famous? Is he strong? Is he...
Well, he killed an emperor, so there's that.
No.
Great.
I mean, who hasn't? Yeah.
All right. Well, I had Clarence with me, so maybe we could have taken him. I don't know. Yeah. He was aware of my bounty, but he let me go. He didn't engage in combat or anything of the sort. He was quite civil.
And I guess he can't exactly turn in a bounty himself. Anyways.
True. Yeah, that's me. No devils, no deals, no divinity, no dragons. Just a cook.
And a lot of unnecessary drama, to put it lightly.
Oh, I hear a few things here and there.
Well, I should probably either get back to making rounds, making sure we're not being watched, or actually get some rest.
As soon as you say actually get some rest, the door to the barge crashes open. As you see,
Pull out my sword.
as you see, Coco has used Squee as a battering ram to ram open the door, and then and he puts them back up, and he's dizzy. Coco looks at you and goes, "You swab the decks, yaha!"
She just goes, fix the door.
Captain says we're the new first mate.
Damn, Daphne, sorry. It sucks. Got demoted like that.
All right.
Ooh, suck
I'll
it.
take my leave. And before Humphrey leaves, he kind of grabs Jane by the shoulder and whispers to her ear, "If you love something, make sure you don't let it go." And then he moves on to the party, away from whatever happened.
Who's the captain tonight? She immediately picks up on what's going on.
they both look at each other and say at the same time, at the very same time, the all-powerful, almighty Wacky Zacky.
She summons her sword.
I'll whisper to Daphne, please don't let him be a god. I don't think the world can handle this.
No, I finally have an excuse, she says, looking at her sword, and she heads that way.
As you summon the sword, they immediately start picking up the door and.
Going to Zachariah with Cenotaph, her sword.
Immediately after I see the kobolds run off, I want to find Ordelia.
Okay.
Hey, Ordelia, listen. Don't have very long to talk, because I'm gonna need to hide soon. But
from your sins?
No.
Aw.
I think that I have a story for you. One of a lifetime.
You know how much I love those.
10 days. You'll know within 10 days. I'll talk to you more later. I don't really have time, but do not ask anyone else about the story, or you won't get it.
You have my heart all aflutter now. Yes, of course.
And if for some reason I don't get to tell you the story before the 10 days is up, you can ask Daryl.
I would love nothing more.
I think he'd love to sit and chat. And I'm going to take off. I'm going to climb up into the crow's nest, and I am cutting the rope and pulling it up with me.
Do you think that'll stop me?
Daphne, you make your way out. You see Captain Zach cutting the rope. Holding the rope. Immediately, Zach, look down. Daphne's holding a sword and looking right at you.
Swab the deck!
I'm gonna take off my gloves and give it to Daphne. There are the gloves of climbing and swimming. You can just return that to me in the morning. I'm gonna go sleep this off and pretend nothing ever happened tonight. Just leave you to it and go to bed.
She puts on the gloves. Did you already cut the rope, or is he in the process of doing
I guess I just pull it up. I don't need to cut it. I'll just pull it up.
Yeah. Okay. She was gonna be even more mad if you cut the freaking rope.
There's a second mast, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
I haven't had a short rest, have I? Because it'd be fun to just dimension door up there, but
we can say that it's been now and then. It's been pretty light on activity.
Okay. I dimension door to the top.
You're holding the rope, and then you hear she just shunts. Vroom.
Hi, Daphne.
Are you going to run or?
Me? Run? Never. I jump down the hole. On the way down, can I kick off the mast and try and put some distance?
Yeah, I would say definitely. He is making the artful getaway from you right now.
There was a punishment I was saving for Roland. With my sword, tiny, unhealable cuts in between the fingers. She just yells down.
Wow, that sucks for Roland.
She lets the sword disappear, and she lets him leave.
It's
a warning for later.
You do hear as you say that, the people hear it, and you hear oh. And Roland goes, Wacky Zacky's in trouble. Uh-oh, you better run on the double. And then you see people just join in. People know the song. Oh, you better run on the double because Daphne's here and now you're in trouble. Which is a song you've never heard before, Daphne. People know this.
She's just like, "You're just lucky it's not you," she yells down to Roland.
Even when I'm not in trouble, I'm in trouble. That's a load of rubble. That I'm in trouble. He's like sounding it through, and people are like, "Nah, no."
Come on, keep talking, Roland. Do what you do best.
No, she
Talk
lets
too
him,
much.
She lets him run away. She lets him run away purposefully.
And with that, we're gonna call it there. After after the encounter with the mysterious, I mean, I suppose not very mysterious now, a Delphine,
She's very
Jesus.
a couple of revelations, and
I'm gonna lock myself in my quarters, by the way, because I am the captain, so that one has a working door.
You mean the game and rec room?
Yeah.
And after determinations are set in stone, and for some people for life, we are going to call it there. Yeah, wow, guys. I was going to do a cliffhanger in the middle of a sentence with with Delphine. She's like, "I'm interested in the spark," and I had on my finger, I was gonna be like, "Okay, and that's the end of the session." It was gonna be the end, and you were like, "Yeah, that's what I thought." And I was like, "Okay, I guess I better continue this conversation." And then you guys started talking, and it was awesome, and I didn't want to cut it off, so we just
Yeah.
I couldn't.
And then you
Daphne
guys
was
ended
like,
again
"Fuck
when
you."
Kev had his good line. Kev had a nice line. You were going
Yeah.
to end it, and I was like, "But."
Yeah, you guys make it hard to end a game because you guys
Anyways,
are so
I
good.
go kill Zachariah again right now. You know, same spot, already weak.
There's a lot going on, y'all.
Hey guys, this hasn't been a campaign. It's been a camp pleasure. Fuck.
Ew, no, you are Ordelia.
No, I'm not. Well,
Yes, you
No,
are.
I'm not. Odelia's
You are. That's a self-insert NPC,
No,
everyone.
it's not. Odelia's
Yes,
not
it
my
is.
self-insert.
So Ardelia is a
still
spy.
alive?
We know that, right?
Ugh.
She's just having
Good
fun.
job, everyone.
We act like this is the end. We have more games to come.
I know.
I love this session. I love this session.
All right. With that said, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.